Beatrix, can you make me a panelist?
It's starting the Zoom. I mean, yeah. It's starting. I mean, yeah.
Good evening. It's 6:06 p.m. and I'd like to call to order the March 11th, 2024 meeting of the Lafayette City Council. Roll call by way of visual. I see council members. It's 6:06 p.m. and I'd like to call to order the March 11th, 2024 meeting of the Lafayette City Council. Roll. As a roll call matter, we have Councilmember Enduri, Candell, McCormick, and Kwok present, and Mayor Dawson will be arriving at 7 o'clock. Item 3, we don't need, and so let's go to item number 4, the adoption of the agenda.
And I move that we move item 4, adoption of the agenda, to after item 7, which is the Pledge of Allegiance at 7 o'clock.
Okay, do I have a second?
No. Could we do it after 8?
We can do it after item 8, Mayor Dawson's land acknowledgement statement. Sure.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. It's approved. Let's move to item number 5. We'll take public comments for closed session items only, and that is related to anticipated litigation. Are there any public members of the public who would like to speak on this item?
This is the opportunity for the members of the public to speak on item 6 on the city council's agenda. And I see no raised hands, Vice Mayor Kwok.
All right, if there are no public comments, then we'll close that item and we'll move to item number 6 and move into closed session. We'll be back at 7 o'clock.
Good evening. It is 7:06 and we will commence the city council meeting. Council did come from closed session. City Attorney, may I call on you?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There's no reportable action from closed session.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we will move to the Pledge of Allegiance. David Clark, could I put you on the spot? Would you like to read the Pledge of Allegiance at the lectern? Can you go to the lectern? That way we can hear that. Thank you very much.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I apologize for putting you on your spot, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, and as it is the beginning of the month, I will read the city's land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that Lafayette is part of the unceded ancestral homeland of the Bay Miwok people. The Bay Miwok and neighboring Ohlone people have lived in and moved through this place for thousands of years. They stewarded and shaped this land for hundreds of generations. We express our appreciation and gratitude for this profound legacy, which enhances and contributes to our lives to this day. We will strive to honor this land and strengthen our ties with the indigenous communities that continue to live and work in our East Bay region as our neighbors and community members. We acknowledge and honor them and their ancestors, elders, and next 7 generations. Okay, it is now time for public comment. Oh,
Mayor
I'm sorry.
Doss-
Yes, I have have a right in here. So we've moved our order out a little bit. So we are looking to adopt the agenda. And at this point,
Mayor, good evening and good evening, council members. Item number 13C, which is the Pleasant Hill Road roundabout design. Senior Engineering Services Manager Matt Luttrop informed me today that a substantial portion of the packet was missing when the matter was uploaded on the website, and that includes the plans for the roundabout. To give the public enough time to scrutinize the plans, we're requesting that the matter be continued without consideration to the next meeting. It is your call. You could either have Matt present this evening or continue without consideration.
no, thank you. And thank you, Matt, for making that catch. I think it makes sense for us to move that because we'd want to consider it at once and complete for the public as well. So if council agrees, I think we should move that off the agenda for tonight and move that to the next agenda in March, next meeting in March.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and we will move on to the agenda. Is there a motion to accept the agenda? Otherwise?
So I make a motion that we adopt the agenda without item 13C.
A second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion, I am an aye, so motion has passed to adopt the agenda with the exception of item 13C. Right? Okay, now we will move on to public comments for items that are not on the agenda. Are there any public comments?
This is an opportunity for the public to address the city council on any items that are on the agenda. And I don't see any hands raised in our virtual audience, but I do have a speaker slip from Lauren Herpick. And if she would approach the podium, she has 3 minutes.
Hi, council.
Okay.
Thank you. Lauren Herpick. It's that time of year again, and I wanted to thank Suzanne for including St. Patrick's Day in last week's weekly roundup. Just like last year, I brought some of my family's Irish soda bread for you. I promise it's a really good batch today, so I'll be making it all week. That said, I'd like to mention that St. Patrick's Day was listed along with International Women's Day as part of the list of cultural observations and celebrations being celebrated in March. Also on the list was religious Hindu festival Shivratri and Islam's Ramadan. Unfortunately, Easter, being celebrated on Sunday, March 31st, was omitted. And I just want to hope that that can be updated for next week's roundup. So that being said, I'm going to head home. Chris is on his way to a 10-day business trip. So I'm going to be home, spend some time with him, participate in the meeting via Zoom for the rest of the night. But that said, I'll place the Irish soda bread on the back for everyone to enjoy throughout the evening. So sláinte and happy St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you, Lauren. Thanks for that generosity.
We have no additional speakers, Mayor Dawson?
Yes, I think Ms. Henry has filling out a form.
Ms. Henry, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Libby Henry, 3812C Happy Valley Road. I wrote this as a kind of a treatise regarding RENA numbers and housing elements, not specific to item 12B. And I probably will run out of time before I'm able to finish it all. So I have copied it for all of you. And I was hoping that the representative from RBK's office was here and could hear this. Because I really think that it's important. The first matter of concern, I was hoping that she would take notes, as this is, as we have so often heard quoted from the state legislature, a matter of statewide concern. Number one, the first matter of concern should always be the honor and integrity of our democracy and the way that it is administered in this country and in this state. Every citizen in the United States and of course in California is a part of that democracy, and our representatives are elected to act on our behalf, adhere to the needs of all of us, to the betterment of our society. Since the Housing Crisis Act of 2019 was declared, the role of the people, including elected officials such as yourselves in cities statewide, has been virtually eliminated, making this declaration an undemocratic one based on virtually no evidence, and certainly none of us got the opportunity to vote on it, on any of it, or any of the 159 housing bills that have been passed in the past 5 years since that declaration. We, the people, did not get a voice or a vote on any of this. It was declared by one representative in our state legislature. However, the effects of the declaration have exploded into housing legislation that has nothing to do with providing or building affordable housing. And the main purpose of the declaration, the main effect, was that it took away our voices, our votes, and our rights as citizens in California. And the legislation continues to cut away at our rights as individuals, as homeowners, cities' rights to plan and to govern, even taking away our right to voice our opinions at city council meetings when discussing housing projects. If there's anyone who can show us how this honors our democratic process, I would like to see it. Because I have been studying this for several years and I have seen no examples of where what the people want or what the people feel is being considered by anyone, save a few people who vote honestly on behalf of their constituents, rather than the incredibly chaotic system that seems to be prevailing in Sacramento.
Ms. Henry, can you please, actually your 3 minutes are up and you're here, but I assure you, we hear you and we have received your previous public comments.
Those were specifically about item 12B. This is entirely different.
Thank you.
So I would like to be able to submit copies. I made copies of this for all of you to completely see the picture. Just real quickly, everybody, 14.3 million.
Ms. Henry, I'm sorry, your public comment period is
Yeah, I was hoping there was somebody here that would give me 3 more minutes because I knew that I couldn't.
we welcome your copy though, so please submit that.
But I really think that the people of Lafayette really need to hear all of this.
Thank you. Are there any more public comment?
Mayor Dawson, I have one hand raised in our virtual audience from Rob Lavoy. I will
Great.
allow him to speak now, and he has 3 minutes.
And Rob, this is a public comment not related to agenda items?
Yes, I'd like to cede my 3 minutes to Libby.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Wait a second, don't start it yet. Okay. Well, I'll just read as fast as I can. If there's anyone who can show us how this honors our democratic process, I'd like to see it. Because I've been studying this. Okay, I already said that. There's an incredibly chaotic system that seems to be prevailing in Sacramento. If there are legislators who think that people are impressed by their busy schedule up there with 2,262 bills being forced through this 10-month period, what I'm impressed with is that's ridiculous. Obviously, they can't be reading and analyzing these bills. So they get pushed through and they have to vote on stuff that they know nothing about. And neither do we. We don't get to know about them either. So I say again, where's our democracy? There are no elements here. To date, 159 housing bills have been passed by the state legislature since the housing crisis was declared. There are more in the mix as we speak. Only 2 of those bills even mention the word affordable, which brings to question the validity of any of these housing bills as measures to make housing more affordable in California. And also brings to question what is their real, as in actual, purpose. Having spent some time following many of these bills within statewide groups that have formed to do just that, and to inform people of their impacts, I have observed that a vast majority of these bills are written and designed to take away people's rights, cities' rights, and people's freedom of choice on where and how they live. A quick example of this is AB 2053 passed last year, which allows developers to not provide parking spaces for their renters if they live within a mile of their public transit. It totally discriminates against people with disabilities, people who need their cars for work, and just people in general. I myself, I don't do everything in Lafayette. I like to be able to drive other places, but we're being forced into a way of living that is certainly not democratic. However, there are no restrictions or requirements made of developers to make the units affordable. That's just one example of the kind of bills that have been passed whose very real effects end up hurting cities and communities while doing nothing to further the perceived goal of providing affordable housing. Also, a great many of these laws are translated into the form of mandates with no differentiation for individual cities or any accommodations for any of the impacts of infrastructure, traffic, parking, schools, emergency services.
The additional 3 minutes have commenced, so.
I know that.
Okay, so we'll look forward to that copy.
None of them are funded.
Thank you.
People need to know these things.
Mayor Dawson, I have no additional speakers at this time.
All right, with that, we will close that item. and move to the next, which is the city manager's update.
Good evening. This is my update about what's happening in all the city departments over the last couple of weeks. Mayor Dawson, Chief of Police, and I met with Caltrans and the CHP last week. And we had requested the meeting with Caltrans to better understand Caltrans policies regarding gatherings on state-owned bridges, including the El Curtola Bridge. Senator Glazer and Area Representative Don Tatson were there as well. It was a productive meeting, and Caltrans will be sending us a response to the questions that we asked, and that we can share them with the community as well. You may see some equipment soon on the terraces of Lafayette site at Deer Hill Road and Pleasant Hill Road. A grading permit was issued to remove the existing asphalt and establish positive drainage in the area. Mass grading will likely begin late summer of this year. The Environmental Task Force continues its efforts to educate the community about the ban on gas-powered leaf blowers. This ban will go into effect in Lafayette on July 1st, 2024. As a reminder, the council approved this new rule last October, and the time was given to allow our residents and businesses and landscape companies time to prepare for the ban. So you can download this information from our website. We have some additional flyers for people to take home as well. The Parks, Trails, and Recreation Commission will be releasing the very much awaited Parks Rec Guide next week, and registration kicks off on March 25th at midnight. The Public Art Committee is encouraging local poets to apply to read their work at their pilot literary event series. The first event will be held on Tuesday, April 30th. Please reach out to the Public Art Committee. Their link is on our website if you'd like to join them. Want to provide a brief Reservoir Tower update. As you will recall, in 2023, East Bay Mud made a presentation to the city on its plans to seismically retrofit the Reservoir Tower. And the plans call for shortening the tower by 40 feet. And the community and the council were quite concerned about the design and the potential loss of this iconic tower, which features on many websites in Lafayette. A group of community residents with broad expertise in seismic structural design, structural engineering, architecture, volunteered their services, and for the last few months, they've been reviewing East Bay Mud's plans for our tower, and they have released a report with a finding that the tower could remain in its current height and be cost-effectively retrofitted using just a modest addition of mild steel reinforcement. East Bay Mud disagrees with that finding, and so this week, the advisory community and I are going to be meeting with East Bay Mud to what we hope is a way to get points across and maybe come up with a solution that we can all support, and more of that to follow. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Oh, I just want to ask if there is any public comment on the city manager's report.
Mayor Dawson, I have no speaker slips on this item, and I see no hands raised in our virtual audience.
Thank you. And special thanks to the commissions who've done so much of the work there. Appreciate you reporting on that, as well as staff. All right, we will move on to presentations. Antoinette St. John, thank you for being here.
this on? Okay, perfect. Good evening. For those of you that I haven't met, my name is Antoinette St. John. I'm a field representative for Assemblymember Rebecca Bauer-Cahan. To start, I'd like to thank the council for allowing me to give this legislative update and sort of let you know what is going on up in Sacramento. I wanted to give a brief overview of our San Ramon District Office to start, and the purpose that we serve here. And then I'll jump into the legislation that the Assembly member has been working on so far. So as a field representative based out of the Assembly member's district office, my role is to act as a liaison between the Assembly member and her constituents, by keeping up to date on district events and engaging in community outreach. Our office currently has 3 field representatives who are each assigned a geographic area to cover, with mine being La Miranda. I consider myself to have the best. I'm the luckiest. In addition to outreach, our district office is available to assist with casework involving any state agencies, anything from EDD to the Franchise Tax Board, to the DMV. We have staff available to assist and work with our liaisons at those state agencies to help out with casework. In Sacramento, the Assembly member is the chair of the Committee on Privacy and Consumer Protection this year, which is a very exciting spot to be in. She's become a leading voice on artificial intelligence and consumer protection, which is a huge conversation in the legislature and all over the country this year. Additionally, the Assembly member sits on the Insurance Committee, the Utilities and Energy Committee, the Natural Resources, and Judiciary Committees. As a member of these committees, the Assembly member is able to work on California's most pressing issues, such as the current insurance crisis in the state, utility rates, and of course, the myriad climate issues that are facing our environment. 2023 was a very exciting year, which ended with 13 of the Assembly members' bills getting signed in by the governor. Most of these bills were in the areas of workplace protection, reproductive health, and environment. To start off the 2024 legislative session, the Assembly member has introduced 21 bills, and I'll be introducing a few here tonight, just in the interest of time. As I mentioned, the Assembly member is one of the state's leading voices on artificial intelligence, and there are a few bills relating directly to that in her package this year. The first is AB 331, the Automated Decision Tools Act, which will protect individuals from algorithmic discrimination by requiring developers and users to assess automated decision tools that make consequential decisions for any biases that are present in these automated decision tools, also known as ADTs. These ADTs have become prevalent in everyday decisions, from employment screenings to healthcare eligibility screenings. They're often trained on biased data, which results in harm to marginalized communities. The second AI bill in the Assembly members package is AB 1836, which will protect the face, name, image, and likeness of deceased artists from being replicated without consent from their estates by generative AI. There's 2 more AI bills, AB 2885, which looks to create a standard definition for AI in state law, and AB 3204, which will require all models to register with the state. So these bills and the Assembly members' work with the Privacy Committee seek to lay a groundwork for strong and successful regulatory framework in California, and hopefully lead the nation on regulating AI. As founder and chair of the Select Committee on Reproductive Health, the Assembly member continues to champion multiple bills to make California a place where women have safe access to vital reproductive health services. Some of those bills this session are AB 2085, which will create a more streamlined process for clinic development, as well as AB 2099, which will update penalties for harassing and doxing abortion patients and providers. In addition to these pieces of legislation, the Assembly member is using her role as chair of this committee to hold a very exciting series of first in the nation hearings on menopause. These hearings will discuss research and policies to address the symptoms widely experienced by women going through menopause. This very important component of women's health has often gone underfunded and understudied. So this educational series of hearings is sort of bringing light to that topic and hopefully will inform policy on menopause in the future. Most recently, the Assembly member announced that she is partnering with 2 state senators on legislation that will eliminate the option to receive unwoven plastic bags at grocery stores. As many of us know, the waste from these plastic bags is absolutely detrimental to our waterways and endangers our rich ecosystems. Some of us might remember back in 2014, Prop 67 aimed to eliminate plastic bags, but a loophole in that Prop 67 created standards that have actually resulted in bags that are still made of plastic, but just a thicker plastic that has resulted in actually more plastic waste by weight entering our ecosystems. So this bill is looking to reverse that. And AB 2236, this plastic bag ban, has received strong support from a broad coalition of environmental groups and has actually received strong support from the California Grocers Association as well. So that's an exciting one. In addition to protecting our environment, the Assembly member is also focused on protecting young people in California from predatory tobacco sales. To combat this, she has introduced AB 2021, which will raise the penalties for online tobacco sellers who illegally sell tobacco products to those under the age of 21. So another thing that she's doing to keep our young people safe. And then in the interest of time, I'll just briefly mention a few other legislative goals in the Assembly members package this year. AB 2011 will remove the sunset date for the small employer family leave mediation program and expand the program to include reproductive loss as a qualifying event. AB 1860 seeks to ensure that forgiven debt is not considered as income for tax purposes, so that recipients of debt forgiveness can feel the full financial benefit of the forgiveness without having to worry about it being taxed. AB 2054, very pertinent bill, is going to instate a 10-year cooling off period before a PUC commissioner can be employed by a regulated entity. So hopefully this will prevent some of the conflict of interest and revolving door that we've seen in the past between the CPUC and the entities that they're supposed to be regulating. Related, AB 1999, she co-authored to reestablish a $10 cap on the fixed charge allowed on ratepayer bills. So those are the 2 that she's worked on so far as a member of the Utilities and Energy Committee. It's an issue that she knows is affecting constituents not only in the district but across the state, and she remains very committed to. I know I listed a lot of numbers, a lot of AB this, AB that. If you have any questions about any of the bills or need clarification, I have them all listed on our website. And I also left a stack of my business cards over there with Joanne, just in case anybody needs to contact me directly for any clarification or any help with casework. As mentioned, our office is here to assist with any state level casework. And then I would like to plug a couple events that we're having in the district in the coming months. On March 21st, we're hosting an event on behavioral health care in California and what that will look like after Prop 1. Additional details are available on our website. That will be a live streamed event. And then on April 18th, we are hosting a screening of Jennifer Siebel Newsom's film Misrepresentation, alongside a panel of speakers that will share their career trajectories and how the representation of women in the media and social media has impacted their careers and day-to-day lives. So we'll be highlighting some very accomplished women from our district in that event. And that's about it. That's all I have for my update. So thank you so much for allowing me to present, and I'm open to any questions. I can try my best to answer.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, please.
Thank you. For the AI bills, are you guys, is there one out there to protect the likenesses of elected people or city staff?
Not in the assembly members bill package,
Mhm.
but that's something I can look into. I can check with the privacy committee and see
Thank
if anything has come across their desk.
Appreciate that
And
very
get back
much.
to you.
And then what's the Prop 1? Did it
Yes.
pass?
I believe we're not sure yet.
Okay, really? That's because
As-
you're having
yeah.
this little series on it. I'm like, oh, did it pass?
Yeah, so yeah, we're planning that whether it passes or not, but
Okay.
I think right now it's still up in the air as far as I'm aware.
Me too. I don't know either. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, any public comment?
Mayor
Antoinette,
Dawson,
oh, sorry.
no public comments at this time. Oh,
Thank
wait,
you.
hold on. I just have a hand raised. Would you like them to speak now?
Yes.
Okay. Sarah, I'm going to allow you to speak now.
Hello. I just wanted to confirm, in light of Women's History Month, how the Assembly member defines the term woman.
Thank you. As you know, we don't, we can take that up and we can ask, Antoinette can take that to back to the assembly member, but we don't take up questions at the council. Thank you, Sarah. Antoinette, thank you very much for making the presentation. We are very appreciative of our partnership with Assemblymember Bauer Khan and her support. And thank you for that. All the work she's doing is quite impressive, and we're glad of that and appreciate that you're available to us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right. With that, we will move on to the consent calendar, and it's light one. We just have the minutes. May I call for a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I ask if anybody wants to take anything off or
Yeah.
the
Does
public.
anybody-
Yeah.
Does anybody want to take anything off of the consent calendar?
No, thank you. And does the public. Yeah.
Yes. And is there any public comment to remove anything from the consent calendar?
Mayor Dawson, I see no hands raised in our virtual audience, and I have no speaker slips to remove items from your consent calendar.
Thank you. Now I will ask for someone to make a motion on,
I move we adopt the consent calendar.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, it's unanimous. The consent calendar is adopted. And we will now move on to item 13A, the benchmark survey poll results.
I'll just start. Mayor Dawson and council members. Joanne is bringing Dr. Gary Manross onto the Zoom meeting. Dr. Manross headed up the poll, the survey that we just did. And he is here to take you through those poll results. And I believe that we do have him, and I believe he has a slide deck that he wants to share. So I don't.
Wonderful. Welcome, Dr. G.
Thank you.
Matrix, we can hear, oh, we'd like to see his picture in the main room so our audience can see him as well. And he'll have a slide deck to present. If you give us just a minute, Dr. G. Got it.
There we are.
Okay, Dr. G, if you want to go ahead and start your presentation.
Okay, can you see the slide?
Yes, we can see you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for allowing me to present the findings. This particular study, I should stress, follows the scientific method to the letter. And the reason that's important is it means that you can have confidence in the accuracy of the findings. So whatever decisions you make based on these data they're valid and they're sound. So The research design is our sample size is N of 400. Now to put that into perspective, for the entire United States, which is comprised of about 333 million people, a typical sample size is 1,000 to 1,500. So N of 400 for a city, especially when the size of Lafayette, is extremely good. We surveyed not the community at large, not RDD. We surveyed registered voters. The statistical sampling error is plus or minus 4 to 5% for an N of 400. We gathered the data from January 16th through February 8th. Now you see up here, there's something called opinion.
Dr. G, sorry to interrupt you. We don't see your slide show. We do see.
No, I thought
No,
you.
not-
To share your screen, Dr. G, if you
Oh,
can.
okay, I'm sorry. I thought we did that. My apologies. Do. Oh, where's screen share? All of a sudden, screen share disappeared. Here we are. And share screen. And here we go. And share.
Okay, we're good. We see your full screen, not your slide presentation though.
Yes, right there. That should do it. Can you see the?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. My apologies. So again, I won't repeat this. It's just the sample size. I'm sorry, the research design. We have an N of 400. Now you see here this N of 58 opinion leaders. That's extremely important. And I have to tell you, we're literally the only research firm that will give you this intel. And the reason it's important is the decision-making process, especially when voting, is driven by core values, by one's core values. And a good example, just compare Democrats with Republicans. They have a different set of core values for sure. So when somebody says, well, I'm not quite sure, I'm inclined to vote yes, or I'm inclined to vote no, but I'd like to know somebody else's opinion, somebody I trust. And then they will call their opinion leader. So most opinion leaders, you shouldn't confuse this with influentials. Influentials are influential in their respective community, and they know they're influential. Opinion leaders, most of them probably don't know they're opinion leaders or even think about it. But what's important is if how they feel is going to impact the ultimate decision of how the voter ultimately votes. There's a profile to identify opinion leaders. The number one characteristic in that profile is opinion leaders are information seekers. What that means is they probably know more about whatever question they're being asked than the mainstream. So that, and you'll see that as we go through the presentation. So they are a little more critical and or a little more supportive. So typically that number ranges between 15 and 17%. So at 14.5 with 58 of these in your case, that's good. These opinion leaders, that's a valid number, and therefore their opinion, their collective opinion counts. This slide will make you happy. The question is, how satisfied are you with the quality of life as a resident of Lafayette? And you can see here, 93% are satisfied. And if you can see, 58% are very satisfied. Not almost a quarter, 23% are extremely satisfied. So that is really a wonderful finding, and I'm sure you agree. The opinion leaders here, I need to make a comment, an observation. To be statistically significant, there has to be a difference of 3% or more. And you can see here the 3%. So basically, there is no difference between the mainstream and your opinion leaders. Everybody is happy, with the exception of this 4%. And that's amazing. Usually that 4% is really low. Usually it's higher than that. So it just says something very nice about Lafayette. Now, the collective core values, remember I said core values are what drive decisions. And if we were to ask this is a closed-ended question. If we were to ask it as an open-ended question, it would mean front end mind. And what that means is what people are seeing on television, what the media is promoting, what they're talking about when they go shopping. So that's, but it's not a core value. It's what's on their mind at the moment. Pardon me. So, the other thing here, notice we rank order them where we add the high concern and some concern, and that gets us to this line here. But if you really want to interpret this properly, you need to look at high concern. For example, this 41 would be up here. 41 down here again would be up there. So the rank order will change if you just limit it to high concern. But we give you that data so you can do that for yourself and say, okay, how does a highly concerned rank versus some concern? So the number one concern on your electorate's collective mind is the need to maintain streets, roads, and storm drains in Lafayette. Number two, which makes perfect sense, level of wildlife preparedness. I know your neighboring communities also hold that as a high priority. The communities in the East Bay, wildfire preparedness is a big deal. We all remember the fires on the Oakland Ridge. At the time I was working with East Bay Regional Park District, we did a lot of work on that. And that just hasn't gone away, and it's not going to go away for a long time, if ever. Traffic circulation is third. The ability to increase the amount of open space. Again, this is consistent with the collective values of residents in Lafayette. The need to maintain a vibrant downtown, amount of potential new development, and crime. And this is worth mentioning here because when you see crime down here, that's good. It means that that if it was up here in communities with high crime, that crime is going to be one or first or second issue of concern. But your community knows it has a safe community, it knows its police department is doing a wonderful job. That's one of the reasons they chose to move to Lafayette, because it is a safe, wonderful community. So that being low is very good. Lack of available housing and climate change. And climate change is also interesting because it is a high, it's an element that's talked nationwide on the national agenda constantly. And it doesn't mean your residents and your voters aren't concerned with climate change. They are. You can see 66%. That's a big number. But in comparison to these other issues, climate change is not a major concern. So what about satisfaction scores? Well, overall, again, you have happy campers. Well, you would expect that based on what we've already seen. How satisfied are you with the services overall? Presently being provided by the city, 86% of your electorate is satisfied. A third, basically 32% are extremely satisfied. And look where your opinion leaders are. This is really important. That's statistically significant at 90%, the difference. It says that, and again, these are information seekers are going to be more inclined to be either supportive or not supportive, satisfied or dissatisfied. So again, a very nice finding. The satisfaction with parks, trails, and recreation, that amenities that are presently being made available to local residents. You have, again, basically no difference between your mainstream and your opinion leaders. And 88% are satisfied of that. Basically half, 49% are extremely satisfied. And this, of course, is what tells me, not surprising, I know Lafayette pretty well. Your people love park, trails, recreation amenities, residents, they do. And by the way, I'll just a quick footnote here. I used to have an office in Lafayette, and in fact, it was in one of Peter Bedford's buildings, offices, and we represented Peter in Hawaii and Southern California, as well as Northern California and elsewhere. So, in fact, when we had powwows, which we did once a month with other political consultants in the East Bay, we always came to Lafayette and to go to one of your restaurants. So this is a big deal to your constituents. And you're doing a wonderful job, and they appreciate that. What about level of police services? How satisfied are you with the level of police services presently provided in Lafayette? 83% are satisfied, 40% are extremely satisfied. Again, look at that. Opinion leaders, much more satisfied. And again, they would know. They pay attention to city activities, especially public safety. So again, congratulations. This is a very nice number. What about the satisfaction with your maintenance of your public streets? How satisfied are you with the level of maintenance of public streets in the city of Lafayette? For example, do potholes get repaired in a timely fashion? 77% are satisfied. Your opinion leaders are on the downside of that, and that's certainly significant. And you would expect that, frankly. Based on what we've already seen, the concern over properly maintaining your streets and roads and what have you. You're probably going to wonder, what's this doing here? While not provided through the city, and that's why you would say, well, what are you doing here? It's not under the city's domain. How satisfied are you with the quality of education being provided to Lafayette youth? 76 is a big number. Significantly more satisfied are your opinion leaders. Over half are extremely satisfied. So why do we do this? And the answer is, if you really want to understand satisfaction of a community, how happy constituents are, you need to ask this question. A lot of people, especially those with school-age children, when they move into Lafayette or any other community, the first question they ask is quality of schools. Do you have quality education for my children? So without this, we would have a skewed finding, and with it, you can have confidence in the overall findings of satisfaction. How about the way you're treated? How satisfied are you with the manner in which you are treated when you have dealings with the city government employees, either over the phone or when you visit city offices and to take care of personal business? You might say 63% is a low number. It isn't. That's still a high number, high satisfaction. Again, your opinion leaders who, frankly, in all honesty, make more phone calls and are more inclined to visit your city offices, and they're going to be more inclined to come to a meeting. They have significantly higher satisfaction scores, over 2/3, with how they're treated. So this says something very nice about your professional staff. I'm sure this doesn't hurt their feelings. What about how satisfied are you with community development, including code enforcement, planning and zoning? Now, this one you would expect to be lower. Why? Because people, and it's 58%. That's not bad. Basically no difference between mainstream and opinion leaders. But you have almost a quarter dissatisfied. Down here, this 8%, I guarantee these folks have personal interaction. They're probably were not happy with code enforcement or zoning. So given that reality, in that context, this is always lower than the rest in every city. So these numbers are nothing to be concerned about. It's very positive. This is critical. This is absolute one of the two most important findings of this study. Were you aware of the fact that the city of Lafayette will soon be facing an annual deficit of about $2 million? 3/4, 74%, basically 3/4 are not aware, and it's equal to the opinion leaders. They just don't know. That said, if you learned about this from somebody you trust, would that make you concerned? And if so, how much? Overall concern, 83%. That's pretty important. So people care. And 30% would be highly concerned to learn this, and hopefully they will learn this soon. And over half somewhat concerned. Opinion leaders, again, overall concern, significantly higher than the mainstream. So those two findings are critical. They're just not aware of what you're facing fiscally. And when they become aware from somebody they trust, they are concerned. So the question then becomes, well, how does the city best, there's really two ways to address this. So would you encourage city officials to find new sources of revenue? Or would you advise them to cut back on the services presently being provided to the residents? And you can see over half say find new resources, 30% say cut back, and 19% are unsure. So this is very important because you don't have many options in Lafayette for basically increasing income. That's a tough one. So the two that were considered most seriously were ask your electorate to authorize an increase of property tax. And in order to address the $2 million shortcoming, that'd be about $200 a year per parcel of property owned. The second is the ask authorization to increase your sales tax by 1%. And as I know you know this, your neighboring communities have done this successfully. So that said, I think you tried at least twice, maybe 3 times, but I think twice, and both times it failed. Well, part of the reason it failed, you go back to that 3/4 of your electorate aren't aware that you have that problem facing you. So the question is, if you put an initiative on the ballot in the November election cycle, would it pass or would it fail? Well, truthfully, if you put the 1% on, it would fail again. Now, I have to share something with you here. This is really, really critical to understand. Again, it's something that our institute created about 25 years ago, 25 years ago, something we call the go, no go model. The statistical margin of error for a sample size of 400, as I said at the front end, is 4 to 5% plus or minus. If you could get that down to 1 to 2% or spot on, is that a good idea? And the answer is you bet it is. So to do that, we created this model. Again, we call the go, no go decision, where we take 100% of the definites. We take half of the probables. That gets us to the likely support, likely yes. Now, interesting enough, the other research firms in California have all picked up on that model. The problem is when they actually analyze the data, they don't follow it. They come back and they go, well, 100% of the definites and the probables, and that's likely support. But it's good that they do that because we can look at their data and we can tell you, and over and over, I do this where one would lose. When you put our model there, yeah, it shows. So where the research firm said, yeah, go, it's a go. No, it's not a go. You really need to understand that. Now, the bad news here is if you take, we call potential support 100% of the definites, 100% of the probables, then that's your potential yes. And in this case, it's still under simple majority. That gets us, and if you look here, the 36 compared to 33, that's it's not significant. So the opinion leaders are right there with you. So you can't count on them. Now, I will tell you a secret that I shouldn't be talking about, but that unsure 9%, I call that insurance because some of that unsure is going to come over to the yes and some is going to go to the no. So I say, well, whatever, even with this likely, at least we have something that we can go back and look at. But sometimes the unsure is 1 or 2%, other times it's major, 17%. So, but that's sort of our secret. The thing you have to understand now, and boy, this puts you in a bit of a bind, in a funny position, is it's been shown in Lafayette, and this is common everywhere. Your voter wants control of how the money is spent. You know, nobody thinks there's a free lunch. So, of course, if it's important enough to me, then I'll pay money for it if we don't have it and I want it. But I want to know that's how you're going to spend the money. And if you have a general election, that yield from a successful bond initiative or financial initiative of any kind goes into the general fund. And if you have what's called a special, then that requires 2/3 voter support. And you're not going to believe this, but it's often easier to get the 2/3 than it is the simple majority. Why? Because if the money goes into the general fund, what at the end of the day, city council makes the decision of how to spend that money, and there's no guarantee. And so it isn't that people won't vote, won't support a funding measure. The question is, I just won't vote on it. I probably won't vote no, but I won't vote yes because I want to know how that money is going to be spent. Well, here's the problem. in this case, the problem is spread out over a lot of dimensions. It's literally almost impossible for you to say, well, we're going to spend X dollars to, here and Y dollars there. To earmark money on a sales tax is really, really difficult. So the issue is you're only going to need 50%. That's the good news. The bad news is we're going to have this problem that, like it or not, your constituents want to guarantee, which you can't give them, that the money's going to be spent. It's a trust me issue, and they don't necessarily want to trust me. So if you wouldn't support 1%, would you support 0.75% increase? And the answer is no. With the go-to-go model, 41%, better than 1, but not enough. That's the bad news. The good news here is potential support is over majority, 52%. And so there's a shining a light of hope, assuming a couple of things. And one of the assumptions is that you make them aware of the need and you do it in a way that it's trustworthy. I should probably, well, in a moment, I'll do that. So if not, well, what about a half a percent increase? Still no, you're still below majority support, but your potential goes up to 56%. Your definite goes back up to 36. That said, your definite no is 35. So this is a real challenge. So the bottom line is, and this is really important, I'm not trying to play attorney. I am not an attorney. I'm not trying to play attorney. I certainly work with a lot of them. But even attorneys don't agree on what I'm about to say. You are not legally required, but you are morally required to advise your constituents, in this case, the electorate, what you want to do, why you want to do it, the cost to them for doing it, and the consequences of doing it, meaning the benefits and the consequence of not doing it. In this case, you'd be forced to cut back on services being provided through the city. You just don't have any other choice. So what you can't do, it's absolutely illegal, and we would never recommend it. You can't advocate. Interesting enough, you can't advocate a yes or a no vote. Either way, you just simply can't advocate. But you do have a responsibility to inform. And you see what happens if they're not informed, if they're not aware, you've already lost at least twice. A bad idea. So it's incumbent upon you to inform. And by the way, don't use the word educate. I'm funny, I'm a PhD, former professor at UCLA, USC, and other places. And so I'm an educator, but I say don't use the word educate. You don't want to educate them. If I say I'm going to educate you, what do you tell me? You go, cut it out. I'm already educated. Thank you. No, and I'm not going to try to educate you. I am going to try to inform you. So what are the impacts? Obviously, if you're going to go out to the community on a public outreach effort, you want to know in advance the arguments. Now, what you don't want to do is give them a laundry list, because people go to sleep and they get angry and then they turn off. So what you want to know is what are the most important arguments, justifications for the need. And all of them have to be real. You can't make them up. First one and most compelling one, in this case, is the city won't be able to keep up with road maintenance. Well, that's consistent with the second slide, if you recall. Your community wants to know that you're properly maintaining your road. And if it turns out you don't have the money to keep up with road maintenance at its present level, that's scary. And 65%, almost 2/3 of your electorate go, wow, that would cause me to be more supportive, more inclined to vote yes. Look at this, 71% of your opinion leaders who are more aware of the condition of your local streets and roads and what have you, that would make them more inclined to support a funding measure. Second, most compelling one is we won't be able to invest in disaster wildfire. Well, there you go. That supports that finding that fighting against disaster wildfire, being prepared for wildfire is critical. 63% more likely to support. On this one, less, it's significantly less of opinion leaders, but 58% is still a big number, so it's still a compelling argument. Well, the other one, next one is with the sales tax, everyone pays their fair share. In other words, in your case, that's pretty important because if visitors who come to shop or come to go to restaurants or get gas, they have to pay the same sales tax. So that, and that helps your local residents, that helps cover that cost, which is seen as very compelling, 60% more support, inclined to support. The opinion leaders, 71% more inclined to support. And you're going to see another slide in a moment that's problematic at first, but it's not. And that's assuming they believe it. Now, in this case, we have in your scale, you can see not believable. That 3% said it's not believable. And that sounds like a small number, but based on history, and I'll speak to that in a moment, that you've been to the well at least twice. You said you'd have to cut back. You haven't cut back. And of course, that makes the city staff proud. City council probably quite proud, saying, under these extreme difficult circumstances, we were able to manage to not cut back. Well, but that's not the issue. Don't pull your gun unless you're prepared to pull the trigger. If you tell your constituents that if you don't have that money, you have to cut back, then it better be truth. And that means if it loses, then cut back. Sad as it is, it's essential that you do that. Because if not, they're saying, well, I'm not sure. I've heard this before and it hasn't happened. So that explains that slide. The next argument that we tested is the city won't be able to invest in more parks, trails, and open space, recreation programs for children and seniors. That's important to your constituents. That would cost 59% of your mainstream to say, that'd make me more likely to support, but look at this. Over 2/3, 67% of opinion leaders go, yeah, that's really important. This measure will help protect property values with quality city services, parks, open space, and safe neighborhoods. 58% more supportive, less than that, 51% of the opinion leaders have, and you have 16% that would say it'd make me less inclined to support. Now, I'm not sure why. I could figure it out, but at this point, I'm not sure why that's 60%, but it's there and it's real. What about the 100% of the sales tax must remain in Lafayette to benefit its residents? That's always an important one. I'm kind of surprised it wasn't higher up on the rank order. But probably the reason for that is that's expected. I've yet to see an initiative where this happens to be the case. The state comes in and takes your money on a lot of these funding measures, and boy, is that maddening and difficult, puts the city in a bad position. But for a sales tax, no, 100% has to remain. It's always there. They expect it, so that's why it's probably not higher up in the priority list. There's a citizen oversight committee will be appointed to monitor all expenditures. Again, that's always done, and there's an annual audit by an outside organization so that to add credibility. So it's still over half, 51% of the mainstream says, yeah, that's important. And there's no significant difference here, so it's equal. So actually that 51 could easily be 54. But the point is, it's important. You'll want to make this clear, but it also shows, because of where it's at, that they expect it. It isn't anything that's, oh, aha, I didn't know that. They know it and they value it. The city won't be able to build traffic calming improvements. Now that language, we probably should have used different language because traffic calming is not a common term. It's not a household term. So some people might scratch their head on that, but still you got 50%, 52% with opinion leaders, so no difference. The city won't be able to invest needed improvements for orderly growth downtown. Your downtown is unique. I'm not giving you any news. I know you know that. It's compressed, a lot of restaurants, a lot of traffic pressure, getting in and around. So that orderly growth downtown really is a factor, but it's not something that I think your constituents think you can do a lot about. So it doesn't have a huge effect, and I don't think in any outreach campaign that I recommend you use this. This is one of those arguments you just don't use. The sales tax won't be in now. This is interesting. The sales tax won't be entirely funded by Lafayette residents. Non-residents purchasing goods and services in Lafayette will also pay the tax. Now, you notice that's a replication of an earlier argument. The reason this is in here is when we're looking at language and how you want to talk about something you know is going to be important. And we know that's important. The question is, how do you articulate it to your constituents? And it won't be this way. If you go forward, I'll highly recommend you go a different route in terms of language, but you certainly need to point it out. Without these monies, the city will be forced to cut back on the level of services provided. Same thing. You've got to be very careful about how you talk. And you can see here 39 and 34. Now, huge difference between opinion leaders and the mainstream, but the opposition, it's gross. So if you talk about this in a manner that isn't believable, or and this gets back to, I heard it before, and I've never seen it happen. So I don't necessarily, and that gets back to not believable. So even though they didn't say not believable, when you interpret it, that's what it means. So this is the second critical slide, actually the third. Increase in sales tax after arguments. Using a go-no-go model, you still don't get over simple majority. You're still at 41.5. Now that's good compared to the benchmark, which was at 1%. It's the only benchmark we had. 36, so it went from 36 to 41.5. Here you have 39.5. That's not good. That's on the wrong side. But the good news here, and there is good news, you have 54% potential support. So you get down, I'm going to repeat myself because I can't say it hard enough, long enough, loud enough. This potential support, to get there, you have to inform your constituents in a way that A, rings their bell for their core values, for why they live in Lafayette, for what their expectations of the city are. You must inform them in a compelling fashion. So do you need a sunset clause, or should it be permanent? Well, you can see permanent doesn't make it. They want it renewed. Now, let me tell you why. In most communities, this is not unusual. Sometimes we can get permanent, but usually you don't. And there's several reasons, but one of the big reasons is that most people go, I'm willing to make a decision for myself, even my children, but not my grandchildren. And they can make their decisions. So they should be brought back to the electorate in some number of years. And interesting enough, it started out when I got into this industry and this profession, we were at 30 years. All the funding measures were out there and they're being approved routinely at 30 years. Then it went from 30 to 20. Then it went from 20 to 10. And then it went from 10 to 7 years. So now it's going back up. And it's basically, if you look across the state, the number is 10 years. In your case, you'll see in a moment that may or may not be the case. So what about 20 years? No, it just doesn't fly. What about 10 years? And again, it doesn't fly. You only have 38%, and it's equal with the opinion leaders. That said, under normal conditions, we didn't test it, so I can't tell you what it would be. But, and I didn't think we needed to, because as I said, normal now is 10 years. So I would go to 5. Now, we have clients like Rio Vista, that's what they're doing. They go every 5 years, and you know what? It's passed every single time with flying colors, and that's at 2/3. So they're dedicating their money. They did the impossible. So I'm thinking if you go forward, I would recommend 10 years. I would not go down to 5. It's expensive to put something on the ballot, and you want to know that the likely odds is that it's going to pass. The question here is your preferred source of information regarding the city. So if you're going to reach out to the city, you'd like to know how, right? What has the most traction? Your website obviously has the most traction, no surprise. And 58 to 50, there's, that's a huge drop. The 50-50 is no drop, and 48 is no drop, basically. And your local newspaper, and you don't have a local newspaper per se, but you do have weeklies and monthlies, and you have things that are considered local newspapers, and they're read. They actually are important, and they're read. The Lafayette Vistas newsletter, again, congratulations. That says your staff is doing a great job. That's an attaboy. Direct mail, no surprise. Phone, email, staff, no surprise. Attend city meetings. There's something that's really important here. You have happy campers that trust your city electeds and professional staff alike. So they're happy campers. Why do they want to come out to a meeting when they can stay home with their family and do something they'd prefer to do? So the only time this is high is when the only time people come to a meeting for the most part is when they're upset. And if there's something major, then you'll get 200 people out and they're all really upset. So of course, that's this being here, it makes total sense. What doesn't make much sense is the social media. And we explained what it was, we identified the Instagram, all of them. I'm surprised that's not higher up. I'm betting it will be, and I'm even betting it is. So I'm surprised where this is. I can't explain it. Emails from the city, then visiting the city offices. Now, at this point, I'd like to make two recommendations comes out of this study. And it's an interesting one because under normal conditions, and I know before you had a consultant that said, don't go, because we're talking about a no-go decision. And they weren't wrong. They were misinterpreting their data, frankly, because they didn't use the go, no-go model. But they did test it, and I looked at it and went, aha, they were absolutely right. But in this case, we recommend that you put an initiative on the November 2024 ballot. And the reason for that is twofold. One, you have to, and I know you've already started doing this, you have to inform your constituents that there is a problem and the consequences of that problem. In this case, you're going to be forced to cut back services. And you've got to start that. If you say, okay, we won't go on a November ballot, we'll wait 2 years and go on the next ballot, and you don't do much, that's a mistake. But there's a more important reason. If you go on the ballot and it fails, which is a possibility, there's no guarantee here. Normally, I never recommend a go unless it's virtually definitive. And that's why we just don't lose, not because we're great, but because we go when we know we can get there, and we have a message strategy to get us there. And we do that without advocating. I want to stress that. Nothing we recommend will involve advocating a yes vote. So the other reason is if you go 2 years from now, it fails, and you go 2 years from now, guess what? You're going to get criticized. People are going to say, your voters are going to say, wait a minute, you didn't give us a chance. Why didn't you put it on November? And you need to position yourself to say, look, we gave you an opportunity to resolve the problem. You voted no. So we had to cut back services, and we did. And so that's why. If you don't create that believability and that credibility, you're in deep trouble 2 years from now. This won't go away. Even if you ran a campaign of information for that 2-year period, it would be a mistake. So we recommend the two things: that you go in November 2024, and second, that you in the process you do an outreach effort, again without advocating a yes vote, but explaining the need and squaring that up with the collective core values of your constituents, which we have identified. So we know what that is. And again, even at that point, I got to stress, because, they always kill the messenger. If, and a few times we have lost, every single time it was our fault. Where we said, don't go, and they chose to go. It's funny, when they lose, they don't remember that it was recommended, no go. They just go, must be it must be the consultant's fault. So I hope you listen to this, advice, because it is advice. It is my opinion. It is based on empirical evidence. And I want to stress that it's highly valid when we look at all the demographics and what have you. And I should probably mention one other thing. When people look at demographics for voter surveys, they often come back and go, but that's not our town. You got it wrong. No, the survey looked at and studied the electorate. That is different than the community at large. So not so much, by the way, in a city like Lafayette, because most of your people vote. But in other cities, let's take San Pablo, there's a whole 3 sections of people, subsets of populations that don't vote. So what you have to, and that's why they look at most likely voters, most likely to succeed, and they break that out. You notice I didn't do that. Now we could do that, because what we do is when we pull our sample, we do test to see how many have voted in the last 10 consecutive elections versus 6 or less. And that tells us at any point, if I want to pull out and say, high propensity voters or moderate propensity voters, we can do that and still can. At this point, the findings were so clear, it led to 2 very clear, simple, straightforward recommendations. So I'm happily answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. G. That was a wonderful presentation of the survey. Are
Thank
there
you.
questions from council for Dr. G? Councilmember McCormick?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. G.
Welcome.
Very, very good presentation. I also agree. I think the sample size of 400, remembering back to statistics class in a town our size is very significant. Just this, I think there's probably plenty of detailed questions. I'm stepping back a little bit. I was involved in a legislative briefing today for the state of California, and we all know the current budget situation the state's in, and there's potential for 3 or more state bond measures to be on the ballot in November, I understand, asking for a lot of money. Does your opinion change given the context that we're going to see in November, which we could have lots of requests for money that you can imagine a voter saying no, 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 without really thinking of the merits?
I get asked that question every single time, and it's a very profound question. The answer is no, and here's why. It won't impact it because, especially your high propensity voters, they're going to vote no matter what. But this affects their personal lifestyle, their personal pocketbook. It's real, and so they will vote on this, and they'll vote the way they said they were going to vote. So no, if it's a state, a regional, county initiative, state initiative, federal initiative, no, it's not going to affect your local. This gets down to, look, I live in Lafayette for a reason. It's a wonderful place to live, and I came here for a reason, and here are my reasons, and that's what's going to drive me, A, to vote, and B, how to vote.
All right, great. Thank you. That's very encouraging, for sure. I also had a question which you answered just briefly on the likely versus registered voters. I know that's a question, but your contention is the voter population we're looking at are our constituents are likely voters, or the large proportion, or I guess maybe I can just clarify that exactly likely voter versus registered.
Yeah, I didn't say that. What I'm
Okay.
if I did, my apologies. I
No,
didn't.
I'm sorry if I misunderstood.
The issue here is we have done this. We go and we look at high propensity voters, moderate propensity voters, and low propensity voters. Now, in a survey like this, you're going to have very few low propensity voters because low propensity voters won't vote. So, but nonetheless, we look at them. And there were no significant differences between high propensity and moderate propensity and very little even with low propensity voters. It's consistent across the board. So to come up and say likely voters, it was not useful. It would have frankly used space and time that wasn't justified.
That's it for now. Thanks.
Councilmember Kendall?
Yes, thank you. That was really, really interesting. This is a really great report. I just had the one question. So on page 37, where you asked question 13, says now that you've heard several arguments in support, because we really have a need, but you didn't break it down into the 1%, the 3/4, and the 0.5%. And so
No.
when you ask that question, you think that this is valid across all those levels?
Yeah,
Or-
see, now let me read the question and this will be very clear.
Sure.
Now that you have heard several arguments in support and in opposition to the notion of authorizing an increase in the local sales tax in order to avoid having to make serious cutbacks in services. Assuming the amount of increase does not exceed your threshold of willingness to pay,
Thank you.
vote yes or no.
Got
So
it.
That's a very profound, astute question, which frankly we anticipated. And by the way, let me make one other comment here. I said it earlier, but I can't say it strong enough or loud enough. If this passes, wonderful. We're all happy. If it fails, you must pull the trigger. Do not cut back in services. Now, I know you won't. I know that's true. And the reason I know it is your professional staff has shown me and made perfectly clear that they don't want to have any choices. You're at the point, if you don't get more revenue, you're cutting services. That's real, but you didn't do it in the past. So in this case, and it could fail, and if it does, it's mandate that you cut those services. But I know you will anyway, but you're going to have to.
Any more questions from council? Okay. I will turn it over for any questions or comments from the public. Public comment.
The city council is now taking questions on item or comments on item 13A. So if in our virtual audience, if you will raise your hand, and then we'll take comments for persons in the meeting hall first. So my first speaker for persons in the meeting hall is Libby Henry, and you have 3 minutes.
Welcome back, Libby. Is it?
So it's green?
Oh. Is the green button on?
Is that okay? Okay. I feel like I'm looking at the elephant in the room, because my very first question, and before I would ever vote for paying more to live here than I already do, is what is the cause of this $2 million deficit that we didn't have before? And all of a sudden we have this. It reminds me of the state 2 years ago saying we have a $69 billion surplus. And then last summer, all of a sudden, it's totally gone and we're in a deficit. And there is absolutely no accountability as to why. What happened to that money? Why do we have a projected deficit of $2 million?
That is a fair.
And if
question.
it,
I think the city
yeah,
manager
I'm not quite finished. And if it comes down to cutting of services, and I apologize for the representative that is here, but I've lived here all my life. And I have to say that the police services in this city are less than adequate in the services that they provide. So I think that their services could be cut, and I know that they're a big part of the budget.
Okay, and I recommend that the city
Pardon
manager.
me, Dr. G, it is our, how we do this is we'll take comment and then we'll respond to questions after public comment, but
Thank you.
thank you.
Mayor Dawson, our next speaker is David Clark. He has 3 minutes.
David Clark, and you'll be happy to know this won't take anywhere near 3 minutes. But I think when, as the mayor said, we're not really set up to take questions. So I'm going to make a statement, and if I'm wrong, I'd appreciate your correction. How's that? But I think what I heard was that the best way for the city to proceed, assuming we put a measure on the November ballot this year, and that we explain the importance of the big issue and its connection with our core values. I think I heard in addition to that, that we'd probably go for a 0.5% rate, and that we're going to look at the general fund, the majority vote, as opposed to the 2/3 specific vote. I think I heard those two things as well.
Thank you, David. We'll address that after public comments.
Okay, we have 2 hands raised in our virtual audience, and our first speaker in our virtual audience is Lauren Herpich.
Welcome, Lauren.
Hi there. Can you hear me, Council?
Yes.
Great, thanks. Okay, so a couple questions based on the presentation. So I took some market research classes in my grad program too, so I'm very intrigued. Okay, so you just said, Dr. Jane, you can answer all of this after my questions, is how do you actually know the likeliness of voting? That wasn't a question that was asked during the survey. So I was actually one of the respondents, so I did get called. So I'm not sure where you got your sample pool from, so how you would know likeliness of voting. Also, I just want clarification that in the report, it says you had 400 individuals who completed the survey. So is that just to clarify, is that the number of people who called or the number of people actually went through the entire process? So that would definitely determine statistical significance.
Right.
I would say too that because I was one of the people called, and then I'll admit when I first got the call, I kind of thought it was a crank call when first answered. The first question that was actually asked was about my feelings of the direction of the United States. So my first thought was, well, why would the city of Lafayette be asking that? And I know in talking to others who also got the call, I know a couple of them hung up on the survey, some actually even twice. So, and those people, I would actually consider them to be opinion leaders, or maybe influencers is the better characteristic. The second thing I want to focus on is the recommendation. And it says you're recommending hiring IMC Core. Like, who are they? Do they have a website? We can learn more about them. Is there already a contract or MOU with IMC that's being considered? I also saw that there's a specific spend of $60,000 being awarded. So is this the cost that the city has put out in RFP? Or is this the cost that IMC has already said that that's what their charges would be? I'd also want to know, how do we know that this money is being spent wisely? I think that's another kind of question that we talk about in terms of those last questions that you discussed of people who feel like the city's money is actually being spent in the right way. I would kind of caution, because I know that there have been a lot of small expenditures like this, this possible communications plan, Experience Lafayette, the Yifty gift card program, the $40,000 to communicate a gas leaf blower ban. So that's all being contributing to the suspicion that money might not be using wisely. And it might be why you kind of see that 30% split when asked how effective is the message that services may need to be cut without these funds. That also struck me too. Tons of other things. The last thing I would say is I'm not surprised to see that 75% of people didn't know that there would be a sales tax or budget deficit. The last thing I'll just mention is, like, I'm pretty up to speed with what's going on in city council. And the first time I even heard that this was happening was because of the phone call that I got. So even just the agenda item tonight doesn't really make the public feel like, something is actually a pressing matter. So
Thanks, Lauren.
no, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Dawson, our next speaker is Robert Lavoy.
Welcome, Robert.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call. I had a similar question to Lauren, and this is for Dr. G. I wondered what the results of that first question were. I didn't see that in the survey results, and so maybe he could comment on why they asked it and what the result was. And if the people on one side or the other of that were tending toward pro or con on the supporting of the proposed tax increase. It'd be interesting to see. Let's see. Second thing is, and I don't know if he can answer this, would the community be, would the whoever's putting together this survey and the follow-up marketing of this idea, would the logic and the plans for that be shared with the community, or is that going to be something that's decided in the back room in the city office? That was my other question. And then just as a general comment, I got cut off on my survey halfway through. It got all garbled and then they disconnected and didn't call me back. So I don't know if I'm one of the 400 or if I got cut out because of the not finishing the survey. But when they were talking about things that might get cut, if there was a, if this didn't pass, some of the ideas seemed a little weak. Like, for example, the wildfire preparedness. How big an item is that on our city budget? It certainly isn't 10%. Roads are important, but I know there's a lot of other things related to clean water and so forth. And I apologize to Narup. She sent me a nice long email and I haven't finished studying that. So I know there's a component to the Clean Water Act and so forth that's seen some costs rising quite a bit, but I can't say the answer to that. Traffic circulation, stuff like that. Again, what percentage of our total budget is that? Because I know a big chunk of the budget is just salaries. So anyway, some of those probably Dr. G can't answer because they're more just structural, but maybe in terms of the concept, you could talk about that a little bit.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you. Oh, and then sorry, before I quit, things like open space and number of downtown parks and rec facilities, those are going to be outside the budget as well. So again, those might be from development fees from our 30% housing increase that we're proposing, but probably not from our regular budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Mayor Dawson, there are no additional public comments at this time.
Okay, so I will take this back and let me see. I will start with the first question that came up, which is which perhaps Tracy you can talk to, the $2 million that we're looking at as a reserve shortfall. Can you give us the background, a little more info?
Well, yeah, there actually are, there's a number of factors at play there. And I do want to start out, and I would encourage people, we actually talked about this in detail in the last issue of Vistas. So
thank you.
Sort of to answer Ms. Herpick's, one of her questions is that the city did the first time come out and explain some of this in detail. So I would encourage anybody. It's on our website. We have a lot more details than I'll be able to get in tonight, but we did inform people. And I will say that part of when Dr. G was talking and saying that a majority of people didn't know, it was right when Vistas was dropping. So hopefully people are a little bit more informed at this point. So going back to the question, I would say that a large portion, about $1 million, it's going to cost us just to maintain our roads over what we had originally anticipated. And that's due to a number of factors. A large factor in that, of course, is inflation. We're all familiar with that. Also, there are some mandates for when, for green infrastructure, when we are repaving roads, doing new roads. We also now have to spend money on storm drains and putting in green infrastructure. Those are mandates that we did not have to do before. So in prior years, you would say a majority of your money was actually going into the road, into the pavement. Now we're spending, I don't know, Matt's here. I'm going to say 50% less. Less, but more than we used to, and it's going to cost us more. As we've talked about in the past, Mr. Lavoie brought it up. There are a number of unfunded state mandates. One, for example, is stormwater pollution. We are getting more and more requirements that we must comply with, but the amount of money that we are allowed to charge has stayed the same. We have no ability to increase those to increase that revenue. So every year the requirements get more, the revenue stays the same. Those requirements also get more expensive due to inflation. Similarly, the downtown core area, same situation. Things are more expensive to maintain. We have no ability to raise revenues for that. And then just overall, it's we have just increased demands, things that we've put in place for residents that we didn't do before. We've done a number of safety measures. I'll say traffic calming because we use that term. We have spent money and we have more requests for those types of expenses. In terms of staff, we did have an increase in the staffing that the council approved. I will say that those were necessary. We had a consultant come in, look at what we were required or what we were being asked to do, what staff was doing, and recommended that we increase our staffing. Council did that. I will tell you that those positions, some of those positions actually still remain vacant because we did not feel comfortable that we could hire them if we didn't feel like we had the funding. But they are necessary. There are things that need to be done, increasing number of just tasks that are required both by residents and the state that we're struggling to keep up with. So I would say that there are a number of factors. I think that this is absolutely something, it's a great question, and it's certainly something that we want to inform the public about. It's a great question, of course. Where did this come from and why? This is why we are asking for the funds so that we can get this message out to people so that they can understand where this came from.
Thank you, Tracy. And I just want to add in terms, well, we'll get to that a little bit later, but I know Ms. Herpick mentioned other expenditures, for instance, the e-gift card and experiencelafayette.org. Those were definitely our small business support programs or downtown support programs, and that money was via our ARPA program. And so it was programmed to support our businesses so we can actually see if we can affect more revenue coming in off sales taxes there. Anyway, the next confirmation was David Clark's, I guess, statement that just looking for confirmation that what Dr. G's recommendation is, it's to proceed with a sales tax measure at 0.5% with the general fund, actually the general tax, which would be allow for 50%. That is his recommendation, but that will be something we'll be discussing. So the next question was from Lauren and Dr. G. These might be ones that you can help answer. First one being, how do you know the likelihood of voting based on the percentage of people you voted?
Okay, we pull the sample off the most current version of the registered voters provided by the county. And in that data, it tells it tells us how many times of that particular individual voted over the last 10 consecutive elections. So we already know our equation is simple. If you voted 10 out of 10, and actually we go 8 out of 10, we consider you high propensity, highly likely. Moderate propensity is between 7 and 5, and anything 5 or actually 6, and anything below 5 is low propensity. So we pull the sample from, like I said, what's current list of registered voters. I can probably answer a couple of these questions as part of it. All 400 obviously are completed interviews. It's not, we call 400 people and then, half of those answered. No, we go until we get an N of 400 completed surveys.
Okay. And then the next question that Lauren had in that line of questioning was, the first question was basically the voter, the poll recipients' answer to how do you feel about the direction of the United States? Why did we ask that question?
Yeah, first, I'll answer that in a moment, but before I do that, I need to preface it. We don't create charts and put into the report itself the responses to 100% of the questions. What we do is we go through and we go, okay, once we figure out what we have and once we figure out what we're going to recommend, then we go, okay, to preserve time and money and all the rest, we will report and create graphs and charts for those that explain why we're recommending what we're recommending. So the answer to that question, it was actually very positive. For the United States, 26% said you're going in the right direction, and 55% said the wrong direction. But in Lafayette, 66% or 2/3 basically said the city's going in the right direction, and only 17 said they're going in the wrong direction. That's good information. Now that we don't need that in terms of developing a public outreach effort, which is why that slide is not created and it's not there. But we do need it in terms of understanding. It tells us, wow, this really is neat. The Lafayette voter on whole says, you know what, we have good local government. We have good city council, good professional staff. They're doing, everything they do is in the interest of the residents. So I needed to know that. And there are other questions in there where, in order to make a recommendation and explain why, it wasn't necessary to expand the report and by adding more charts and more text. In this particular study, the findings are very clear. And by the way, I do apologize. In the recommendation, I should have said specifically, we're recommending 0.5%. Yes, and that is our recommendation.
Thank you. And I'll turn to staff for the question regarding the selection of the IMC core and if it, what that process was.
Yeah, well, actually,
I'm sorry. I was going to turn to our
Well,
staff here for this.
I will tell you that IMC is actually an arm of SRI. So it is a company that Dr. G, so Dr. G, can you just briefly explain what IMC is? And then I can go into how we selected it.
Very good. The IMC is a sister company to SRI, and I'm CEO of both. The reason we recommend them, when I learned through the School of Hard Knocks that if you, in fact, I created the company because of this. For many, many years, we only did research, which is really weird because my background and my expertise happens to be integrated marketing communications. That's what I do. But nonetheless, for this purpose, we did SRI, and then in private sector, we did the outreach. The reason I created IMC is that when a PR firm is retained to do the public outreach, literally 9 times out of 10, they don't follow. At first, they don't understand necessarily the findings from the benchmark survey, and it's urgent that you structure your discussion and your outreach around the findings. For example, you capitalize on the core values. You don't ignore them. You capitalize on them. And if you don't understand, or if you don't use that, they don't. They just take the survey, throw it away and go, oh, we're fair. We know how to do that. And we're going to do what we think is right. Well, no. It's got to be driven by the findings of the benchmark survey. More times than not, we end up doing a period of time where we do outreach, and then we do what's called a tracking poll to justify and to see, did we were the expected outcomes real? Did it happen? And if so, why? What is creating traction? So have we rung the bell? Have we answered the electors' questions? A couple of them tonight where these are good questions and concerns. Yes, the community is going to be concerned about those things, and we need to speak to it. But you also, before you make that go, no go decision, in this case, you have until August 8th to make it. And so we recommend a tracking poll in June, so that, which is short, a lot less expensive. It's, but it gets to the point. Has the support shifted, and has it gone above threshold, in this case, simple majority? And if not, why? If so, why? So I created a firm for that, brought in the experts to make sure that we executed it properly, and that they will follow the findings of the benchmark survey. If you put an RFP out there and you just go based on price or whatever you base it on, I guarantee they're going to throw this survey away, and your likelihood of success, because you can't advocate, all you can do is inform. So if you don't follow the findings from the benchmark survey, shame on everybody, and you're wasting your money.
Thank you for that. All right, I think the only question, and I believe that is outstanding, is if this would be done without, basically with no transparency. And I would say, no, that is never our intention. And if we were to discuss this and recommend that we go with the recommendations from staff, the whole thing is about getting more community feedback. So I hope that answers the question for you, Rob.
Could I just add one more thing? Because I believe that one of Ms. Herpick's questions was, if we did an RFP, we didn't do a full-blown RFP, but we did speak to neighboring communities who've recently done, who recently put measures on the ballot, who have done public outreach for this type. And the cost is actually very much in line. It's actually a little bit lower than what our
Peers.
neighboring peers have done. And I believe that Dr. G made a very persuasive argument that sort of going with a firm that understands the questions, the polling, and how that works is really going to streamline the process and give us a lot of bang for our buck, so to speak. And then if I could just add one more thing that may address Mr. Lavoie's concern. The community, the whole idea is absolutely to gain community input. So the things that we have planned is to both go out to the community, make people understand what the issue is, and then be able to listen to the community in the feedback. So a lot of our planning in the next few months, a lot of our tasks are going to be focused on exactly that. Some of the money that we have asked for in the budget or for some specific tools that we're going to also be able to use that are going to allow people to actually get in, manipulate the budget, see what their input is, what their ideas are, where they think we can cut, where they think maybe we should do a combination of cuts and increases. They're really going to get in there. It's very similar. It's called Balancing Act. I think it's very similar to what was used during the general plan, where people were asked to put the housing in particular and be able to actually balance the things that needed to be done. We absolutely want community input. That's the entire reason that we want to do this.
Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate that further explanation as well as yours, Dr. G.
You're
Okay.
most welcome. Thank you.
Councilmember Anduri?
Yeah, I may have misunderstood, but I think one of the speakers said that we had allocated $40,000 to communicate the leaf blower ban. The actual number is $10,000.
Thank you for catching that. I didn't catch that. Yes. And that's new policy, and actually that was also spent in hopes that it's another informational campaign that's important so that we don't have to have people coming to our code enforcement appeals board. Try to get around that. So with that, I'm going to bring that back for discussion. And thank you, Dr. G.
You're welcome. And thank you.
So the recommendation from staff is to authorize this budget to conduct the informational campaign and sign an agreement with IMC Corps. Would anyone like to start on any of the comments?
Okay, sure. Yeah. Thank you. And I support the suggestion and agree with the 0.5% and the 50% and the 10-year limit. That makes sense. But I don't completely agree with the direction of the feedback. I think we do need to include a big part about the why the deficit is there. I think that that's really important for our people. And while wildfire is really important, it's actually not part of our budget, right? And so that if anybody knows that we're not actually spending Lafayette money on wildfire protection, so that would be tough. And in addition, I think we should get a schedule from IMC, what we're getting back, when we're getting back, so we understand, the timeline of what's coming at us.
Councilmember McCormick.
Yeah, can I drill down a little bit into the interactive tool, this 12,000? Because I'm very sensitive to, I think, spending the money wisely, especially since we're going out to ask more money. And if I look at the three components that we've got out here, I mean, the PR consultant to this, I mean, what Dr. G said, like, I really respect, his experience and the way he was talking about it very much. And I think the collateral material with social media and the graphic designs, all great. Now, with $12,000 for a tool to help wiggle the budget around, I guess the bang for our buck on that seemed, I would love to understand, I guess, a little more about that, because that one seems a little
So actually it's 3 different tools that we get bundled. So
Okay.
it's not just one. As I said, it's very similar to allow people to understand, I put it this way, rather than us just giving them information, if we give them a budget, there are parameters that we put in to the tool, like we did with the general plan. People, I believe, have, they internalize their information better because they have a discovery experience of their own. They can look at the entire budget, they can make the cuts, and they can see how that really affects other parts of the budget. It's very easy for people to look at one thing and not look at the budget as a whole. So if they have a tool that really allows them to do different scenarios so that they can see the impacts of what cuts may be, they will have a very good discovery experience. They'll internalize it. They'll believe it more if they're able to do it rather than us or, the staff or even the council coming to them with predetermined solutions about what should be cut or what could be cut. So I think it gives people more control. And I think we found that when we used balancing act in the general plan. And again, they weren't working with dollars, they were working with housing units. And I think it was actually really telling that we found out that a lot of people really had a hard time completing the task because it's a hard task. There are many things to think about. There's a lot. It's a full picture rather than just saying, oh, you should cut police or you should cut this. You need to look at the budget as a whole. And I think people really found that useful. So that's the one big part of that tool. Another part of that tool is allowing people to prioritize. So I think what we have heard from community members when we proposed the survey was that the other community members said, well, what about me? I didn't get called. I want to have say. I want to have input. This gives us a very robust tool for people to prioritize their values and get their voice out there. The last tool, it's actually was kind of thrown in for free, but we found it that could be really interesting is because it allows what's it called, Suzanne? Like a receipt. So it basically can show people, you know, of what they have, what they're actually contributing to Lafayette in terms of their tax dollars and what they're spending. And it can be very illuminating. I know we try to get the number out all the time, which is that you may pay $10,000 in property taxes. The city got $600. I see this a lot actually on social media. People are saying, I'm paying all this money. What are we getting for it? I think that's actually a very important message for the city. And this tool is interactive in terms of people can put in their actual income, for example, and what their house is, you know, worth so that they can actually see what they're already contributing. Because I think, you know, and it's getting that information out there because a lot of people really don't know that. So that's a combination of these tools, I think, and I do realize that it sounds like a lot of money, but I think it could be very valuable to get people to have their own discovery experience instead of us just pushing information at them. They're able to absorb that information themselves.
Is this something that, was this a recommendation from Dr. Lee or just kind of our own idea?
No, this wasn't a recommendation from Dr. G. Again, I think that we looked at it because there was, we believe that there was success using this tool with the housing element.
Okay, my personal thing, I think those are two different animals. Actually, I think there's the balancing what you had for the housing element and where those were going. It was kind of like a waterbed. You had to kind of push and pull. This isn't so much. This is a relatively, I mean, I think Vistas did a great job, actually. We didn't need interactive tools to kind of see Vistas like where our budget is and what we're doing. We're not actually asking people to trade off at the moment police with whatever, but I understand your thing. I think I'm just cognizant of the dollars for what we're getting, the bang for our buck for that versus, I mean, again, the other pieces seem very well. This one, I'm still not really conceptualizing where we're getting for our money, but I appreciate the explanation.
Thank you. Any other comments to add to the discussion?
Oh, I had a follow-up question then on the tools is when people, you know, work with the tool, is there going to be a function where they can submit or save, like if they have to do their own $18 million budget for the city and they have to decide where the money's going to go, is there a way for them to submit this information? Or will it be a tool that's just the user gets to see their findings, but the city will not get that?
Suzanne is more familiar with the tool, but she is saying, yes, we have the tool. The tool is very flexible and we can set it up any way that we want to. We're going to actually have some expert help in someone who's done this before so they can tell us, you know, what they have learned from their experience and how best to set up. I think it's also important that we put our own parameters in there. Like you said, if you have an $18 million budget, you building it from the ground up, but we put parameters in. For example, we will not let somebody just say, you know what, we don't want any police. That's a zero, right? We have to put guardrails in because we know that's actually not realistic. So the tool is very flexible. And yes, we do see what they give us in terms of what their input is. Oh, sorry.
Did that answer your question? I'm happy to.
Well, if you had anything additional to add, that would be fine.
No, nothing additional, just reiterating that, yes, so the kind of the outcome of the exercise is when someone would submit, you know, their version of the budget that showed if they wanted to make cuts to balance the budget, if they thought that pursuing a revenue measure was important, some combination. So we would certainly see all of those answers.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Drury, any?
I had questions about the tool, and I discussed it with Tracy earlier. I'm prepared to leave that up to the Fiscal Sustainability Committee. So what I would move that we authorize up to $60,000 to conduct an informational campaign and gather community feedback regarding the city's current financial situation through an engaging IMC corporation. And if the Fiscal Sustainability Committee concludes that it would be useful, then spending up to $12,000 within the 60,000 for these tools. And also would move same motion, authorize the city manager to sign the agreement with IMC Corporation.
I have a question on that.
Yes,
Is that
please.
appropriate? So how would this fiscal sustainability group know, or like what information are they going to get to understand whether the 12,000 is being, I guess I'm a little confused on how they would know.
Yeah, the way I look at it is that the Fiscal Sustainability Committee is the mayor and the vice mayor. The five of us are not going to get into enough detail on this to make a decision. I would leave it to them to get the detail and make the decision.
And we were taking your comment, so we would definitely take them into consideration as, when we're discussing this. For sure.
So
And we'll
maybe-
be coming back, no.
Right. I would just imagine if it's a tool, you'd get some sort of specification or something first, evaluate it, really understand. I mean, I'm amenable to this. I would actually say, I mean, I'd put $12,000 toward more items 1 and 3 might be money better well spent versus 2. I guess if we're looking at the, if we're looking at the consultant and the collateral material. So anyway, but yeah, I agree. If you can get a specification, you look at it and agree that it's really great, then I think that's a good approach.
Yes, I think the balance, I would think that we would consider is how it'll help us effectively inform the public as to where we're at. So we'll definitely take that into consideration, the cost versus the benefit, of course. Any other consideration or comment on Councilmember Andori's?
I would support Councilmember Anduri's suggestion.
Okay, so would you like to make a motion then?
Well, that was a motion.
Oh, that was the
Oh,
motion. And you're
then I
seconding
second.
it. Okay, well, we have that. Okay, all in favor of the recommendation as, I guess, amended by, what, no, it's authorized up
No, it's
to
up to
60,000.
60,000.
Yes.
In that, up to 12,000 for the tool. So it's
Okay.
flexibility.
All right, so we'll find it, finesse there. All in favor?
Aye.
I am an aye. So that motion passes and the Fiscal Sustainability Group will meet again. Follow up. Thank you. And Dr. G, thank you very much. That was very informative. And we look forward to further discussions with you.
That was part.
Oh, Councilmember did include that in his original, he read both of those. Okay. With that, we will move on to a break. Yes, it is 2 hours and I want to make sure I stand by that commitment. So a 5-minute break. How about we come back at 9:15? Meeting is convened till then. No, adjourned till then. Okay, it is 9:16 and council is back in session. And we are on agenda item 13C, oh, excuse me, 13B, about the housing element update.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. We're back before you again. We are on this cadence of every 2 weeks, coming back and checking in as we chip away at the comments received from HCD on February 12th. So we were here on the 26th, 2 weeks ago. We're here today on a segment, a chunk of items with which we discussed with HCD 2 weeks ago when we had our first and very productive meeting. We're going to meet with them again tomorrow. And so Diana Elrod, our housing consultant, will take the bulk of the presentation. But that is the anticipated approach to this, is chipping away at it and coming to you with discrete items to consider as we are able to discuss those and get clarity from HCD. So it's heartening again that we'll get another opportunity tomorrow morning for 30 minutes to meet with them and touch on potential items from tonight's meeting for clarification, but also other aspects of the letter received on the 12th. So with that, I'll turn it to Diana.
Thank you and good evening. First, before we get started, I'd like to offer an apology for some mistaken comments I made, specifically to acknowledge Councilmember Candell and the rest of the council, as well as members of the community. I made mistaken comments about the inventory for Danville at the last meeting. And frankly, my role in Danville's housing element was significantly less than for yours. And I was not aware of many of the changes to the inventory because most of my focus was on both AFFH and the needs analysis for that. So with that apology, I would like to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Diana.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, I'm not going to go through, we have a lot to cover. I'm not going to go through everything, but just as a reminder that we last met with you on February 26th. And on the 27th, we met with HCD the following day to get clarity. Our recommendation to you tonight is to receive our presentation, direct staff, and continue the matter to March 25th. So highlighted here in red and also in italics is basically what we want to focus on here. The program, I'm not going to read the whole thing. You'll recall that the program request from HCD said these incentives for lot consolidation should be significant and include density incentives not limited to state density bonus law. One of our first questions to HCD was, what does that actually mean? Next slide, please. And basically, HCD said the city has to do more to incentivize lot consolidation, and specifically brought up adding something called a density bonus program for projects that consolidate lots, resulting in either in a minimum lot size, whatever that could be, or unit count. HCD said to consider a graduated density program such as 5 or 10% based on the resultant lot size or number of units. And the program features could include streamlining lot consolidated process and other actions to perhaps act administratively. Next slide. The recommendation we provided in the staff report, a lot of information about how other jurisdictions are doing it. This is exactly what HCD wants to see, something like this. And our recommendation, or staff's recommendation, is to add a new program called 8.1.B, enhance the feasibility of affordable housing development by incentivizing consolidation of two or more smaller parcels, adjacent parcels through tiered density increases that allow greater density when small parcels are consolidated into a single building site. And this is precisely how the other jurisdictions did it. Less than half an acre, they get the base density. If they are able to consolidate lots to create something between a half an acre and just under 1 acre, they get a 5% increase over the base density. And then 1 acre or more, they get a 10% increase over base density. This does not include state density bonus requirements, i.e. they would not have to provide for this particular density increase any affordable units in that development unless they wanted to go further and get a state density bonus for it, for that site. Next slide, please. The second question we discussed with them had to do with the local processing and permit procedures. We've heard this repeatedly about objective design standards. They want us in the letter to clarify that if a project complies with objective design standards, then it will be deemed to meet approval findings. Next slide, please. And when we asked about that, they said they wanted us to revise the implementation program or programs, because there are a couple that have to do with this, to clearly state that local codes will be revised to reflect that complying with objective standards will be deemed to meet approval findings. And then they also asked us to review findings in elsewhere and other ordinances and so forth to make certain that subjective findings are not relied upon in order for a project to be approved, which would provide certainty to applicants. Next slide. This particular, it is a rather long, the underlined section is what we would add, and specifically from the word complying with objective design standards will be deemed to meet approval findings, et cetera. The part before that about development standards will be established on rezoned sites to facilitate maximum allowable densities, and the city will permit multifamily uses by right. Those are things that are required to rezone parcels with that are included. That would be the new sites in the inventory. Sorry, it's late. Okay, next slide, please. We then discussed the conversion of existing single-family housing. We asked, what does it mean to say should also allow the conversion of single-family space for new single-family uses? And then the second clause, which I'll take separately, is consider increasing the allowable distance from downtown. Right now, that we had said the allowable distance from downtown for this program would be 1/4 mile from the boundaries of the downtown. Next slide. And what HCD said that should also allow the conversion of single-family space for new single-family uses. What that meant is if an existing single-family structure is raised to build a new structure within the prior envelope, allow conversion of that new structure to multiple units as well if they want to. HCD, again, now this is the second part of this particular item. HCD again asked, and this is probably 3 or 4 times now, for the city to expand the 1/4 mile radius where the current program applies. And again, we raised the issue of very high fire hazard severity zones, particularly north of Highway 24. And HCD acknowledged that the state and local concerns around wildfire and supported expanding the program radius to 1/2 mile and excluding very high fire hazard zones, which is essentially that's mostly all south of 24 would not include, this program would not include anything north of 24. Next slide, please. So we would revise the language to allow the conversion of existing or new single-family dwellings into 2 to 4 units within 1/2 mile of the downtown, excluding very high fire hazard severity zones. Next slide. This one is long and wordy, and fortunately, we have less to talk about. They want to know on all of the non-vacant sites, and this has been one that's been on in each of the letters. They want more detail to explain why do we think these sites can be reused for housing within the 8 years of the housing element. Can you give me the next slide? Including environmental constraints, and talk about what is known environmental constraints that could impact housing development on identified sites in the planning period, et cetera. Next slide, please. Basically, what this really boils down to, we have included opportunity sites inventory analysis, what we're calling tear sheets, which we had in the original housing element, but we've revised them to get consistent with what they're asking for. Containing information on each site and the criteria for their inclusion in the opportunity sites list. The HCD thought they were good, and they have new versions that they've been looking at. but they should be augmented with additional information to address any other known impediments to development. Hopefully, this is something we'll get clarity on tomorrow when we meet with HCD. So with this one, we're asking you to direct staff to continue enhancing the information and analysis for each site, addressing HCDs and public comments. Next slide. This one is just say that the italicized is the most important section in here. The element should include a significant and robust suite of actions, not limited to the RHNA, to promote housing mobility and increasing housing choices and affordability throughout the city, but especially in lower density neighborhoods. So this has been in the letters before. This isn't anything new. Next slide, please. HCD's specific comments about this particular section. The program should include geographic targeting, i.e. is it throughout the city, outside of downtown, a metric or numeric objective, and an implementation date earlier in the planning period than what we had. The next slide shows how we propose to revise this information. We've added a goal to create 20 new units of housing within the 8-year period. And specifically, HCD is asking for the geographic targets to be low density, high opportunity, high income neighborhoods throughout the city outside of very high fire hazard severity zones. So what this really does is it's making an affirmative statement that the city will look to create or help create, facilitate, since the city doesn't develop housing itself. The city will help facilitate 20 new units of housing within the 8-year period. One thing that I want to mention here that was brought up in a comment, that we now include a total of 155 units in the so-called mobility section of AFFH. And someone had commented, where did that number come from? HCD gave us direction before when we met with them, when we first took some of these ideas to talk to them. Was it over the summer? I can't remember exactly when it was, about some of these mobility actions. And they said specifically that they thought for a city of Lafayette size, that 150 units of housing that would be accommodated or created through these various programs is the right target. So the total number of actions that address this particular comment about the mobility concerns, the robust suite of mobility actions, those total 155 units within the 8 years. Next slide, please. The second comment in this area, the HCD said that the program, this was to increase maximum densities in low density zones, and these are specifically D1 zones that would propose increasing the density from 17 DU per acre, which it currently is, to 20. The HCD said this program should commit to establish or modify development standards as appropriate to facilitate maximum densities. Next slide, please. So we revised the language to read, and it's the underlined section, establish or modify development standards as appropriate to facilitate maximum densities. Next slide. Regarding some of the questions that about the staff brought up questions that were not directly related to the letter. The first one included a RHNA allocation. That there are requirements in state law to provide substantial evidence in the record that uses will discontinue within the 8 years if more than 50% of the lower income units are located on non-vacant sites. And we asked, if the city revises the inventory to fall below the 50% threshold, does that change HCD's review or trigger other requirements? And the response, next slide, please. The response was that it would conduct the same level of review based on the analysis of each site provided in the inventory, irrespective of whether more or less than 50% of lower income units are now on non-vacant sites. They went on to say the statute provides flexibility to the city to distribute the units across the sites, which we knew, and the statute allows the local jurisdiction to determine the income distribution, which we knew. Concerns about no net loss and complying with AFFH requirements were discussed with them about if you decided to change the allocations of the sites. The statutory provision for substantial evidence would not apply if less than 50% of lower income units are on non-vacant sites. In other words, we're trying to get at least 50% of the units on vacant sites. Next slide, please. Our recommendation is we're currently analyzing whether increasing the lower income allocations on vacant lots in the opportunity sites could result in less than 50% of lower income allocation on non-vacant sites, and therefore would not be required to meet the findings in law. Although many jurisdictions are doing that, we still don't know whether that will become an issue and how potentially to address it. We will present this analysis and options at an upcoming city council meeting. Next slide, please. The second question that staff raised was, we told them that we understand that past permitting of ADUs has to be used to project ADU production for RENA. But for mobility, can the city commit to programs to incentivize ADU production and then thus project a higher number of ADUs for mobility or AFFH purposes? And the city already has one mobility action to allow an additional JADU if it is restricted to lower income. Next slide, please. HCD advised the city that it can distinguish between allowing ADUs to meet RENA obligations and AFFH. The city can only rely on, as we know, on past performance, but the city can add programs. Now, this is the important part. Add programs to incentivize ADU production and project higher numbers than past production to address AFFH. It could revise that program to allow, for an example, an additional ADU on site if the owner agrees to rent it out at any income level, like workforce housing. Next slide. As we know, it was not clear, it was not clear that the city must create an additional program to incentivize ADU production for mobility purposes, because there are actually quite a number of incentive programs already in the implementation plan that address incentivizing ADUs, for example, pre-approved plans and reducing fees and so forth. But HCD's comments on this segment of the AFFH discussion really focused on geographic targets and metrics, which we have addressed with revisions to the programs that you have before you, and HCD has those as well. Staff recommends waiting further evaluation from HCD as to whether recent draft revisions are adequate. We both need to ask about how the programs would differ. Like, how do you cleave two programs to address ADUs, one for RENA and one for the other? I mean, there would be theoretically overlap. How would that work? And also we want to ask them, it's on our list to ask about SB9. Couldn't SB9 be considered a program to address mobility concerns? But we don't know the answer to that question yet. Next slide, please. So I'm getting close to the end. Staff will bring back additional information, analyses, and recommendations as they become available. This includes, as I mentioned before, achieving greater than 50% of lower income units on vacant sites, the requirements necessary to keep the city-owned 949 Moraga Road in the inventory, which we are not talking about tonight, and other comments in its HCD's letter. So next, timeline and tasks. We need to make the edits as directed by the council. We're going to meet with HCD tomorrow for further clarification, and then we want to bring the discussion items back to you as noted with on March 25th. So our request is to receive our presentation and continue the matter to March 25th, and directs us to make the required changes to the housing element to comply with HCD direction, and prepare analysis and recommendations on further areas for council consideration. That is it, and happy to answer questions.
Wonderful, thank you. Questions from council? Councilmember Andori?
Yeah, on staff recommendation 3, the conversion of single-family space for new single-family uses goes on to say that HCD acknowledged that that would be, well, if there's no structure, if there was a structure that was torn down, that they're referring to building within the prior envelope. I just want to confirm that that's what, okay. So, okay, would you be open to amended language here to make clear? that-
Yes, of course.
Oh, could I just, is that the prior building envelope? Or is it referred to some other envelope, the parcel envelope, or what?
It was a private building envelope, and the reason we discussed it as that is because the purpose of this particular program is to allow for conversion within an envelope so that the actual view from the street, if you will, would not change. It's not like you're suddenly got 3 houses on or 4 houses on a lot. It's still the same overall size.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just,
Councilmember McCormick?
yeah, so just at a high level, I know we talked at the end, last meeting, we were talking about whether we felt we were converging on a, you know, converging toward the end, or if they had items that they hadn't even looked at, like the whole, looking at the opportunity sites. Since you've had one conversation with them, I'm just kind of curious, your assessment. Does it feel like we're converging toward a solution, that we really are just working through a punch list of things they want us to do? Or I'm just curious, given you've had this kind of, now we have this ongoing relationship and conversation with them.
It's clear that we're making progress, and these items need to be addressed regardless. And so I think what we've discussed last time and are bringing tonight are more punch list items. There was no indication of a you know, wholesale or really big items that are outstanding at our last meeting. But I think until we get a certification letter, that remains to be seen. You know, I think the inventory and what HCD deems necessary around that remains outstanding. And that would be my primary concern.
Are you going to discuss new items with them tomorrow? Or are you going to show them like what you've done so far and get their assessment, right? I know one of our issues has been, you know, we kind of throw this thing over the wall. We don't know what happens. We have this opportunity now of actually getting some interactive feedback as we go through.
Right out. So we would love to get essentially these items checked off and then broach new topics, particularly around necessity of additional analysis for the inventory.
Terrific. Thank you.
I had a follow-up on item 3 that Councilmember Nduri just asked about, with the building within the prior envelope. The goal is for 10 incremental units. Is that correct? So would that mean, like, for example, and this within a half a mile radius of the downtown, if 5 homes were redeveloped so that 2 were in each, then we would have hit our goal with quantum of 5 homes. Is that a
Correct.
goal?
Sure, yes. I mean, it could be any number of ways, but yeah, I mean, the goals are relatively modest because that's a lot to try to consider within an 8-year period. And I think HCD recognizes that.
Okay, because we did get some feedback from those who have some concern about extending the quarter mile to a half mile, of the amount of change that would happen in their communities. But it seems like the goal being set at 10, meaning maybe even just 2 or 3 homes that were, it's not a whole lot of houses, not hundreds of houses that are affected.
No, we don't have the expectation that this is somehow going to develop into a blossoming of units.
Okay, thank you. And could I ask, I'll just ask a couple more questions. On to item number 1. You mentioned, you showed us some slides about lot consolidation strategies and the 5% to 10% being recommended. There were some examples in the staff report about how other cities have done that or done more. I don't really understand that too well as to whether, you know, how does it motivate lot consolidation, and how do we know whether 5 or 10 or a number bigger is actually going to make it happen? Like what is that a proven method or of getting lot consolidation?
I can't speak to that. I can only speak to this is what HCD has said the city should do.
So, but just how does it work then? Like two neighbors who don't, one owner is A and owner B, how do you get them to incentivize a lot consolidation because a developer comes in and that developer can now offer them more money to incentivize them to sell?
Theoretically, yeah, but that would be the case anyway because of the, high land values here in Lafayette anyway. So whether or not it will materially change anything, that's the big unknown. And I think one of the areas that we are going to discuss with them again is about this lot consolidation idea. If you wanted to mention about how you spoke to them before about our track record.
Yeah, no, we provided a list of recent projects in the housing element, and it showed that 5 of the 7 consolidated lots and proposed projects, and the city approved them. And so my question to HCD was, even with that demonstrating that, your conclusion is that we need to do more. And the answer was yes, you need to do more. And they gave us examples, and we included those in the report. And so we mimicked those. And I think your assessment of how that program would work is spot on, that it would give the developer additional density, which means additional revenue, which they could then put into the land cost. So the developers have said time and again, the primary cost drivers are land cost of materials, cost of labor, and well, they certainly want certainty, but interest rates. So those are big drivers. And so if the consolidating lots, it takes time and money to do. And so I think that the state is targeting that as a area where jurisdictions need to do more. And so based on the examples that we were provided and the direction provided from HCD, we're bringing that to you.
Okay, it's a mechanism they recommended as something they view as viable, and okay, thank
Yes.
you.
I have a follow-up on the third one. Have you had a chance to develop a map that shows where that half mile would be south of, and I assume it's all south of the downtown?
Yes, I was able to get that from somebody on staff today. They cranked it out at the end of the day. So I received it after 5 today, and if we can get my laptop back up on the screen, I will share that with you. And so the yellow is the downtown, what the boundaries of the downtown specific plan. The green is the quarter mile, and then the blue buffer is the half mile buffer. So you're also seeing red, which is the very high fire hazard severity zone. So those areas in the new revised program would be excluded. And so it would just be within the blue and also not in red. So it extends significantly beyond the quarter mile. I mean, it essentially doubles it.
If we do this program, do we have to actually upzone those? Well, you're taking one house and you're making it into 2 or 3 houses. How do we even do that without upzoning?
We don't have that level of detail as
Okay.
yet. It may take revising the zoning to allow that.
Okay.
And so that is one mechanism. I know Danville, for example, instead of doing proximity to their downtown or transit, did corner lots. So lots at corners of intersections, those were able to go to 4 or 8 units. And so we can look at their implementation mechanism and see if that's simply written into the new zoning that says if it is a corner lot. So based on circumstance, the likelihood is that we'll need to revise the zoning to some degree, either internal to what district it is.
And so and this is actually for a program, right? This is AFFH program. And so with all the other ideas that we have for the ADUs, separating those out, and trying to get those into other zones, can we counteract part of this by getting that 155 units satisfied by our ADUs? I mean, that's even much broader, right, than that. And they're adding at least, one ADU and possibly 80, well, actually an ADU plus a JADU are allowed for any house right now. And we're offering them another JADU, correct? If they deed restrict it. And so is there a way that we can justify all that and somehow get this back to the quarter mile? Is it part of the same, areas?
Right. Well, again, the goal is a very minor, modest goal of 10 units throughout all the blue
But the
areas.
goal is a goal.
Understood, but I also, what I meant to say was that HCD has said at least 3 times and 4 times, you really need to consider a half mile and not a quarter mile. And we kept saying, but you don't understand, we have all this area above. They said, can you still do it? They asked again this last time and said, just exclude very high fire zones.
Sure.
And so, it's a question of, we can go back and ask them again. I don't know what the response will be, but we can certainly ask them.
Sure. And that kind of relates to the legal question that was raised by Robert Brundage, right? Did you see, hopefully you saw that, and it was, and he basically laid out the case that as I read the statute HCD relies on, HCD does not have the legal authority to require these changes. And it's specifically this kind of stuff, right? Because it's not really adding to our RENA numbers. It's not adding, we're not adding lower income. We're not doing any of the RENA thing. This is separate. And he thinks that HCD doesn't have the jurisdiction to force us to do these things. I know they want us to do these things. That was a very compelling letter that a really good attorney sent us. And I hope that we can address that. And maybe that's part of the argument with this. It's like, hey, we really are doing a lot of growth in these same places, but all around Lafayette. Isn't that better with the mobility stuff and get this legal requirement? And we're not adding any affordable units. That's not what this is about, because we're not requiring them to be deed restricted or anything. So I don't know. I just would love to get those things kind of worked out. So the other piece, so the objective design standards, are those intended just to be for multifamily? Are those single family as well? And so my question there is, like, when you say that it achieves the approval, are they implying that if we get a project in that it meets objective design standards, we don't get to hold any meetings? Or is it just that one part, like it doesn't go to design review? Or what are they implying in there?
This was a specific question we asked at the meeting, and the HCD's response was, there's no prohibition on design review, but your approval needs to be solely based on objective standards for projects that under the law, essentially. So it can be single family projects that are producing multiple units, or multifamily, but it's a single family residence. There's still the ability to have design review. I mean, that we still have the ability to take it to a hearing, evaluate the project against objective standards, discuss subjective things like color or other things. But when it needs to be clear and provide certainty to the builder that if you're doing multiple units and you meet these objective standards, that will be deemed to be approvable.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
I have a follow-up on that. If we have a home conversion, a home is raised and a duplex goes into place. So would objective standards for multi-family units go into place, or the objective standards for the single family, home envelope? Like, do we need to come up with a different set of objectives for that particular use where there's a conversion?
I think we can explore that further, but my initial thought is irrespective of whether it is one single family or there's 2 units in that same volume, that the same objective standards would apply. So closer to form-based code in that regard.
Okay, so we can still get our 5 meetings for the big projects, or, any project if we want them. But it's mostly the big projects that we choose to do that.
That's what we heard from HCD.
Okay,
Yep.
I got it. All right, understanding. All right. So improving on those tear sheets, it seemed like, are we going to have to include the letters about the FBOs, right? A couple of the FBOs came in. And so what happens if we have this overreaching thing with the FBOs and you've got a bunch of letters in there saying we're not interested? How do we handle that at this point?
One of the requests from HCD, which we've included, was that we would provide outreach and education, that we do liaison work with the churches and so forth to make it a viable program. We have reached out to at least all of them, asking for, and specifically for one in particular that said that the letter that said we don't want to be included, and we've reached out to ask for some dialogue, have not heard back. I'm going to try to reach out again this week.
Okay.
So I think that from HCD's perspective right now is that if we are working towards, an effective outreach program, that we can continue to include them until such time as we can't. I mean, we're still sort of in a phase where it's not a certainty one way or the other.
Okay, great. So that kind of goes in, if anybody has a question on that. Go ahead, yeah.
Just a quick follow-up on the tear sheets. So you mentioned, like, they asked for more detail or more considerations in the tear sheets. I'm just kind of confirming the current update is we're kind of looking at it and we're going to get more clarification and come back.
We have drafts, and that it's basically the same information, just packaged in a different way than the housing element previously had in it.
Right.
We also, they're in draft form because we also have a number of sites that, a couple of sites that have fallen out of the pipeline projects. And we have some new opportunity sites coming on. So they're not done yet. So completely, but yeah, we basically are seeking we've included language for things like they wanted to say these sites effectively work, these parcels effectively work together as one site. If they do, more detail about owner interest, any sort of prior interest in development, even if they're not a pipeline project, et cetera, et cetera. So we've added a lot of information. We've said no other known environmental factors on every single one. They wanted the level of detail of everything. Every single one got very repetitive. So hopefully tomorrow they'll give us more either thumbs up, this is what it should look like, or here's what else you need to do.
Great. So you're going to show them a sample or
Yes,
two of
we
what
gave them
you're.
a sample.
Great. Okay. That's very good. I did looking at Danville's just last night. I was noticing they have a lot more, there's a lot more, ours seems very quantitative. They have quantitative and a lot of qualitative, kind of what you're talking about. And some of it's repetitive, but I think just showing, to me, it's demonstrating the analysis happened.
Right.
I think is what maybe, which I agree. It's like, it's a lot of boilerplate stuff you kind of copy, but okay, but that's great. If you're going to get approval, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Get the approval. Thank you.
So next one is why doesn't De Silva count in terms of stuff like outside our core or, the mobility stuff too? I know it's an arena, but for the AFFH, right?
In a way it does, but what they specifically are asking for with the mobility is small, gentle increases in density in very highest resource areas, high opportunity areas. It's above and beyond RENA. They want actions not just to address RENA, which De Silva is primarily, its function is to address RENA. So potentially any site that has, that we've, let's say we've allocated X number of lower income units to whatever, any of those could be considered a mobility action, but for the purpose of this particular requirement, it has to be beyond the RENA allocation. That's what it says. It says it can't, it says a robust suite of actions beyond RENA.
Okay, got it. And then the vacant units. So I did drive by Madison Park and it looks like the parking lot is still there. So it's not all dirt. How do we work with that?
Well, it's not being used for anything. So I think that we might be able to make an argument that it's not a viable, it's not a parking lot. It's a dead site that doesn't have anything on it. And we are going to include it as a vacant site.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Any other questions? I have one just came to mind in terms of both, like, if you were to put together increasing the half-mile, radius, and then also small lot consolidation. And then we would have to look at, potentially rezoning. I'm just wondering if there's, and it definitely could have potential to change the neighborhoods with, like, you'd have multiple little, maybe multifamily home dwellings right next to each other where it was formerly the single family homes right outside of that. I'm just thinking that could be obviously it's a big impact for those neighborhoods. So in terms of even just considering this, obviously I'm just thinking of that. I guess I'm thinking out loud on that for council to think of too. The half mile that we are considering, or that HCD has recommended, I guess the question is, again, I would second what flexibility is to still seek those 10 units, but within that quarter mile, because it's quite a big variance in terms of what we went through with the public before. And other than that, my other question, you answered the one about the 155 units and that, so that's pretty good. The other comment is the small lot consolidation incentives. How would that work? So basically a developer can choose they would get an increase in density, and only if they chose to, they could use that then increased density to apply to maybe for the density bonus. Is it additive? So it's a 10%, and then basically an additional 15% if they were putting in affordable housing requirements. That's basically a 25% increase. Is that a fair way to look at that?
Correct. They would be two separate programs and they would be additive. So if they consolidate the lots, they would get 5 or 10% based on their outcome. And then separate from that, and in addition to, based on state density bonus law, any bonus that would be achieved through inclusion of below market rate units would also apply. So they would be utilizing both and affecting a increase of density from each.
And just to confirm, even with objective design standards with state density bonus, they could basically override those. They could ask for waivers and
correct. So pursuant to state density bonus law, they can be entitled to concessions and waivers.
Okay, thank you for that confirmation.
And one quick, so we're not going to change the base density that the state, we are. We're not, okay, so we're not, so
Correct.
if it's a
Correct.
30 per acre, they get 10% more, but that doesn't change the base density up to 33 or something. Got it, okay.
Thank you. Any other questions before we move to public comment? Okay, and then we will move to public comment.
The city council is now taking public comments on item 13B. They will take the speakers that are in the meeting hall first. And then we'll go to our participants in Zoom. And our first speaker is David Clark, followed by Stella Witherspoon. Each speaker gets 3 minutes.
Hi, Dave Clark. I've had a hard time following the RENA versus the AFFH overlay, and this tonight has helped. But for example, way back at the beginning, we took the D1s off the RENA list. They said that area is too small, we're not going to consider it. So now it's off the list, it's come back via AFFH, and we're going to upzone it. So we got the same place regardless of how we got there, and I'm sure there are other districts that are probably the same. But so thank you for that colloquy, because that helped. I understand the confusion better than I did before. But with respect to the 155 units on the list that's shaded in green, the AFFH, if I go through that, I get a total of 135. And I don't know if the 155 is a target number that you're shooting for and you haven't got there, or if this needs to be tweaked somehow. And I think part of the problem may be an action item or AFFH action 2.7. And the description there is that the goal is to identify 5 different projects of 20 units or more where the diversity of type of unit can occur. If that's trying to say we're going to add 20 units by virtue of this program step, it's not clear, because the five developments of 20 units or more tells me we're going to look at 5 big projects, but it doesn't create 20 units. So if the goal there is to create 20 units, I think it could be reworded to make that more clear. And one other, there's the item above 2.6, the old goal of creating 10 units is still listed there. I think that needs to be deleted, because we've got a new goal of 20 units in that box, and I think the reference there to 10 needs to come out. I know that's kind of nitpicky, but I'm not clear on where the 155 came from, and I'll just point that out and you can follow up on it. Thank you.
Next speaker, Stella Witherspoon, followed by Libby Henry, and that's the last speaker slip I have for persons in the meeting hall.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I have a recommendation for AFFH Action 2.5, and that is to create your buffer using a network method, which is basically not crow's fly, which is what you saw. Network buffer uses the road network to basically approximate what a human would do if they're traversing from one point to another. When you get to 1/2 mile or 1/4 mile, whatever your threshold is, on a road network, then you stop. And then the buffer ends up looking jagged, but it's more accurate for what humans do because we're not crows. And it also will have a logical endpoints. So the endpoints along a road or along a block will just make more sense than what you see with the kind of lumpy cloud-shaped buffer. So that's my recommendation. If staff would share with me the DSP polygon, I'd be happy to try to crunch that and run that buffer. So Mr. Clark mentioned that he did have some clarity about this AFFH versus RENA. I'm afraid I may not. So I'm going to ask, I'd like to understand why the unit goal for Action 2.4 rezone FBOs has changed from 80 to then 200 in what was submitted, I believe, in December, and now it's 75. And how does that goal relate to the site inventory, which lists 276 units? Those are pretty disparate numbers, and I'm just wondering, can the city plausibly list 276 in the site inventory and then only 75 in the AFFH action, which uses the exact same sites as in the inventory? And regarding interest from the FBOs. I recall there were 2 letters of, from different churches indicating they were not interested in being upzoned. There was St. Perpetua and St. Anselm's, and the St. Anselm's letter I saw in the public comment that was posted on the Plan Lafayette website as it came in. And then I went back and I noticed that it was not included in the submission to HCD, at least in the document that I pulled down. So I guess I wonder, just did that get through to them? And the last thing I'll say is that there was discussion about AFFH programs to be small and gentle increases and targeted to missing middle. I'll just say on the FBO's 35 dwelling units per acre with an 88% minimum density requirement is not a small and gentle increase. That's a current downtown density that would qualify for 100% density bonus with the mandated affordability levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella.
Libby Henry.
Hi again. I first want to say that I'm very much in agreement with other community members, meaning the residents, not outside interference, with a lot of the suggestions that they've made. In the second paragraph of HCD's letter, they use the term substantially comply with state laws. Consider this: the entire structure of the HCD's RHNA requirements, including the number of housing units required, was proven to be faulty 3 years ago. The state auditor found several problems and faults with HCD's methodology in calculating RHNA allocations, including the double counting of numbers and the overinflated final housing goals. However, HCD in 3 years' time has failed to adjust, correct, or recalculate any city's RHNA goals, even though they know that they are out of compliance by a considerable margin. And I know that Greg disagrees with me on this, but the first rejection that the city received was when they challenged those RHNA numbers and were flat out just denied the challenge with no substantial reason given. The reason that to me is the first show of bad faith by HCD. This is a point that needs to be not only pointed out to HCD, but emphasized in reply to this latest one. The reason that the city of Lafayette has been in substantial compliance with unsubstantiated and incorrect RHNA allocations from the very start. Yet each time HCD seems to find some small points of contention to give them justification for not certifying our already substantially compliant housing element. In legal terms, this might be considered fruit from the poison tree. Since HCD is not operating in compliance in the first place, and the city of Lafayette has, in good faith, laboriously and at great time and expense, written, rewritten, recalculated, and recalculated all the requirements of our unjustified and unsubstantiated RHNA in our housing element. And now for the third time, HCD is nitpicking again, another show of bad faith. If these items that they mentioned were not in compliance, why weren't they mentioned the first 2 times? There seems to be a malicious intent and extreme bad faith on the part of HCD, and that needs to be considered.
Thanks, Libby.
In your response.
Are there any more public comments?
We have public comments from our virtual audience, and I would ask everybody in our virtual audience, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand now. Our first speaker is Grace Dixon, followed by Rob Lavoie.
Good evening, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. So this is obviously a very important topic, and I'm keeping a completely open mind, but I just have a few questions. So the envelope of the existing structure, does the envelope include the footprint or stories or both? So for instance, my home is 1,436 square feet, not including the garage. So does that mean 1,436, 1,436 plus garage, or 1,436 plus second floor? So that was my first question. The second question was, so we're going for X quantity of units, but X quantity of units for however many years, we can't really pull back on that, right? So it's going to be going forward. I mean, you all know where I live, so you know this is my neighborhood. So I just want to have a very clear picture of what this impact is. I would like to know, could this be quantified in something that the common person on the street could understand? So for instance, you could use my address, you could use anybody's address, but could the person on the street understand the impact of this decision? And could you please make it understandable to them? It's kind of like the sales tax thing. People don't understand the implications unless you make it very, very clear to them. And then I'd like to just agree with Stella's comments, and that's it. And I'll save you a minute.
Thank you, Grace.
You're welcome.
Next speaker is Rob Lavoie, followed by Lauren Herpich.
Welcome, Rob.
Thank you. Let me go real quick because I have a million questions. First, I'd like Diana to remind us what the error was last month on Danville. I just got this sheet just a minute ago, and it looks like they did 73% of the low-income housing on non-vacant spots and 47% on vacant. So and now that HCD has admitted that we can put them anywhere we want, it seems like we could get to the 50% there very easily and have a good comp for it. Let's see, which cities did the 0.5 acre density bonus? I'm just curious, and if they have similar narrow streets like we do. Looking at the new map that Greg just produced, I noticed that it includes Boyer Circle, which is the topic of one of the future agenda items that we'll be discussing, which has a problem on their street because it's a narrow street, typical of most of our streets in town. And when you put a car on the street, there's no room for, two cars to go back and forth. The street's too narrow. And also there's no sidewalk, so that means people are walking down the road in the middle of the road with their dogs and their kids. So the question is, do we really want to add 400% potentially more density in neighborhoods like this that are already discussing whether they have to ban on-street parking? Well, you can't ban on-street parking if you can't restrict parking in the new high-density house that you're building, 4 units instead of 1. So I think this is absurd, and we need to tell HCD that we're not going to do this. It's just not feasible in our town. Let's see. I think they pulled the 155 number out of the air, but I also think that the ADUs is the correct solution, and we have over 215 ADUs just based on their lowball 2-year or 3-year history that we're using. The other thing is, why do we need to add more programs for ADUs when we're already producing? We had 47 and 65 applications for ADUs in the last year. I've asked Narup to update the ADU production for last year because the numbers in the plan are from August, so they're old, and we need to reflect the current activity. Let's see. Oh, if you want to do this thing with the bubble, the map that Greg had, then I think you should require 100% low income. That'll keep it from going out of control. Otherwise, it's a crazy idea and we need to push back. I have a lot more comments, but I'll have to put them in writing.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Lauren Herbeck, but I see Jamie, you've been raising your hand and putting it down. So if you'd like to speak after Lauren, please raise your hand.
Welcome, Lauren. We can't hear you if you're speaking.
Hi there, I just received the prompt. Thank you.
Okay.
Lauren Herbeck. I'll be honest, I honestly don't even know what to say anymore. Like most residents, especially those of us who've been paying attention for the last, I guess, oh my God, it's like 4 years now. We're tired. We have been taking the time to help you, help GPAC, be part of GPAC, to come up with solutions. And I think we keep saying the same thing and coming up with solutions. And the fact that HCD keeps coming back and saying, no, 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 it is true that they are not working in good faith. We have met their original requirements. They've denied them. They keep changing the goalposts. Earlier tonight, during the sales tax survey presentation, 93, I don't remember exactly the specific percentage, but it was like 90% of respondents say they are satisfied with their life in Lafayette. And I'm sure that we all have our minor complaints, but Lafayette is one of the most desirable communities throughout the state. And yes, indeed the nation. I know we were recently featured on a list of the most expensive cities in the country. On that list was also Westfield, New Jersey, a town I grew up aspiring to live in. It's a town just like Lafayette. I'll be honest, I grew up in a town like the one the state is proposing us to turn into. It's mostly 2-family stacked homes, very dense. No one had a lawn on their front yard, and actually not many people had a backyard. It was kind of a concrete jungle. It was a great place to grow up. We had tons of parks, community parks, but I always aspired. I worked really hard to live in a place like Lafayette. That was always the dream. My husband's the same way. We have worked very hard to live in an aspirational single-family neighborhood that is walkable to schools and resources. And yes, I don't want our community just to consist of doctors and lawyers and tech executives. We need a society that's filled with professionals across this income spectrum. It feeds our schools, our police departments, our firefighting crews, our restaurants, and our stores. But we also need to make HCD know that we don't have the infrastructure for everything that they are trying to force on us. We don't have sidewalks. We have small parcels, especially in the Moraga Boulevard Trails area, that barely allow for driveways. Where would 2 to 4 more families on each parcel park? So I think it's time to push back. Enough is enough. Stand up for your town. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren.
Next speaker, Jamie.
I just wanted to chime in and say that I think it's great what Robert Lavoie said about Boyer Circle. And I'm so grateful for our residents like Lauren and Libby and Stella and others for paying attention to just all the mayhem that is happening in our city right now regarding just our culture and how it is just about to be destroyed. Anyway, thank you. That's all. Good night.
Mayor Dawson, I have no additional speakers at this time.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I think we'll go back to some of the questions raised by the public comments. First off was the 155 units at the AFFH goal. David seemed to have come up with 135 versus a 155 goal, and just wanted to understand that.
That was a mistake. I'll have to go back and look at it, but I know that when we discussed it with HCD, the number was 155. It's quite possible that one of the goals didn't get corrected. I'll go back through everything and
Okay, thank you.
confirm it, but 155 is the number.
Is the number, it's just in the spreadsheet itself, or might be missing something. Okay. Stella had a few questions. Well, I'll start off and people can fill in if I've missed something. The unit goal for the FBOs has moved around. It is 75. I've noticed that too. Can you talk to that?
Right. I think it's important to remember that there are two different things at work here. The arena and the sites inventory is capacity.
Mm-hmm.
The other number that we have in there for FBOs is what we kind of think might happen. We call those quantified objectives. They're separate things. So within the 200 and however many FBO potential capacity, we think that X number is actually going to happen within the 8 years.
Cycle. Okay, thank you.
It may be more than that. It may be less than that, but that's the goal. And the state recognizes that goals that are like quantified objectives like this will not equal RENA because of the number, the financing, everything, all sorts of things.
Right.
So the quantified objectives will not ever meet RENA probably unless we had all the money we could want.
And developers as well. Okay. Okay. How does it relate to site inventory? Okay, that actually answers that same question. There was a question about a letter from St. Anselm's not being passed on to HCD.
Right. I don't have any idea off the top of my head what happened. If that's the case, we'll definitely look at it.
Okay. And then I'm going to move on to Grace, public comment.
Actually, I think there was one of the things she mentioned about the way we're mapping out that half-mile radius where they use.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. If we can
cloud
look
or
at the,
whatever,
yes,
using
that's
the
a big one.
road networks.
Right. As opposed to the
how that-
ProFly, it's how people walk. That's an interesting.
We understand her suggestion. We'd be happy to share the polygon, that layer. We may have the capacity to do that network analysis in-house, and if not, it sounded like Wetherspoon was able to do it. So one way or another, we can get that analysis done and show it to you.
Okay, thank you. Did I miss anything else under Stella's questions? Okay. The next one was the envelope in terms of single-family home conversions. Basically a footprint versus floor area ratio, I would gather, if that would change, I think, if it's in the footprint, or can they build up as, what's would it have to match the FAR, I would suppose?
Yeah, the questioner essentially is questioning what's the definition of envelope. It is not just footprint. It is essentially the outer boundaries of the volume of the structure. So that's how historically that word is used, and we will confirm HCD has the same understanding.
Thank you. And this is a good question too. If we could better understand the quantity, of units, basically the impact, if we were to look at expanding the radius to the 1/2 miles, how does that actually impact the particular parcel? It sounds like, am I understanding that question correctly? Understand the impact and implications for the person on the street in their neighborhood.
Right. Have an example of that. But then also, I think we really, really would benefit our residents by doing an impact. If we upzone this entire area, we're saying there's going to be 10 units, right? I mean, what's the range? 10 to, how many?
Well, I think that the ultimate potential would be the number of lots times 4 that are single family. I think the reality of that is far, far, far less. I mean, most individuals are not going to tear down their existing house only to put up a twoplex or fourplex. So that therein lies the increment of opportunity. So if an existing house is at the end of its useful lifespan, it goes on the market, that is an opportunity to rebuild and put in the same envelope where, 2 or potentially 4 units. So that's hard to project. I mean, we could try to analyze tenure of homes, but what's not captured in that, yes, how old, when it was originally built and what the year is now, but maintenance and rehabilitation. So it could be a very complicated calculus and analysis to get some rough estimates.
So could we, so if our goal here is 10, but then we've got this 155 unit, it just seems so out of whack that we have this huge
change. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Fundamental change for 10. And then, but we've got this 155 target as well that we're already going to achieve. I think we can with our ADUs easy. And I just don't see how they can justify making us do this work.
Well, let's address that in discussion.
Right.
Through this, but
I have a follow-up question
yes.
on that. And several of the speakers have mentioned this, but the big thing for me, you can put 2 to 4 units in that envelope, but where are the cars going to go? I mean, has HCD said anything about what we can say about needing to provide off-site parking before that can be done? I mean, can we require that there be off-street parking before somebody can build another, basically subdivide their house?
Provided that the parcel is beyond half a mile from BART, we can do that. The state has passed a law that local jurisdictions can no longer impose parking requirements on projects within half a mile of BART in the case of Lafayette. So if it's beyond half a mile, we could make that a development standard.
So the next questions that came out, the Danville regarding allocation, I guess just a better understanding of that.
So if it pleases the council, we can bring the data back when we come on the 25th, when we'll talk about
that subject.
Site inventory and income distribution, et cetera.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. It'll be part of that discussion. I don't know if I caught this next question. What city did the 0.5 acre density bonus? So I might have this.
There were 3 in the staff report. I don't have it right off the top of my head.
Okay. They're in the staff report though. Let's see. Oh, and then there's a mention of Boyer Circle, and to the point that we are thinking of is parking. And thank you, Greg, for a reminder of the half mile around BART.
Sure. And with respect to Boyer Circle, that's within the quarter-mile radius of as the program was submitted to HCD.
Okay.
Similarly, it would then be within the half-mile radius.
Okay. And then it was I guess just a statement about adding programs, but we'll talk to that. Okay. And then other than that, no other questions that I captured from the other public comments. Okay. Missing one?
I would just raise one question that came in through the many letters that we got and through the questions in general are, can't we tell HCD we don't want to comply? And I wonder if, I think we know that the law requires us to hit our RENA numbers, right? It's not if, or we have to do that. The question is how we're going to do that. And we've presented a couple times of how we plan to do that. And each time we've gotten the answer back, well, that's not how, that's not acceptable yet. So try again. And we've tried again. And I think it's the question of how we're doing it. But just really to ask the broader question, is there actually a mechanism that cities could push back or say, we don't want to do the how? Or are we really needing, in order to comply and get a approved housing element, we just have to keep working through this process to get something that HCD approves, right? I mean, I guess just to try to answer the broad public question, there's frustration in our community. I think this has been a very long process, and people feel like the question's coming over and again. We've talked about a quarter and a half, we said no, and now here we're back again on this. But I think the answer is that, the way we presented how we were going to do it was not acceptable. So we have to go back to the drawing board. But, for the benefit of the public who is frustrated, is there anything that we can talk about to explain why we continue on this path?
So I'm going to touch on Ms. Henry's comments in that she and I disagree with respect to the number of rejections, essentially, or findings. And the semantic reason for that, or the rationale between the disagreement, is the RENA allocation was administered by ABAG, and so ABAG denying our appeal was not an action by HCD, and that's why we don't believe that counts as HCD. We're not accepting our housing element. So with respect to pushing back on HCD, the legislature and the governor signed into law, housing law, and it is our practice to date and moving forward to comply with housing law. And HCD is charged with evaluating housing elements throughout every jurisdiction in the state to determine whether or not the jurisdiction and the housing element is substantially complies with that housing element law. So in dialogue with them and working with them, we can make assertions and be forceful, but ultimately that power lies with HCD. And in many meetings prior to tonight, we've articulated the implications of not having a compliant housing element, and they are many and can be severe. So we will continue to advocate for the council and the direction from the council and the community. I think that we have demonstrated a understanding of the breadth of the community's comments and the codes and goals that have been articulated over many years. And this is new territory for everyone in the state, the expansion of the housing laws and the implications on local jurisdictions, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, Tina. Mayor Dawson.
Yes,
Sorry,
please.
quick question. I'm just stepping back because you say you're meeting tomorrow with HCD. Where are we kind of in a process? Do you expect that you're going to meet and get feedback and then try to schedule another meeting, or kind of how many? I'd be kind of curious where you think we are in our overall scope of work on this current cycle.
I would say it's early stages. We will absolutely be requesting another meeting and continue to chip away at this. I remain optimistic, but I believe we should hope for the best and plan for the worst. And it could be drawn out, but I hope it is not.
Okay.
Okay. With that, let's bring this back to discussion and let's decide how we'd like to work through this. Staff has made recommendations on multiple items, and we can, to help them, and let me understand too, tomorrow, when you have this meeting, you are going back with other questions that, exist on the list and then we'll review those. But in the meantime, you're looking for direction on the work process here, what you would, with your recommendations to adding them into the revised element. So that, little by little, you're adding the revisions and as you go along, correct? Okay.
Correct. So, if we can get direction on the scope of what we presented in the staff report and in tonight's presentation, that would be terrific. We can report that back to HCD if there's, we certainly have clarifying questions regarding the subject topics.
Some of the
And then as time allows, we would dive into new topics with HCD tomorrow or schedule another meeting.
Okay. Then I would suggest we go one by one and then decide if, we can go with this or if we need more clarification still. So the first recommendation is to add the new program 8.1B lot consolidation, which is basically providing increases to the base density depending on consolidated parcel size. So I would like to start with anybody having support or otherwise questions about this.
I'll support that.
I support that, but provide increases to the base density. Do you want maybe make that more clear? Say we're not changing the base density. We're allowing a yield.
Yeah.
That I would support.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
think it's the 5 to 10% referenced on page
Yes.
3.
Right. The 0 and then the 5 and then the 10. Yeah.
And I particularly like the fact that we actually, you have concrete examples from other cities that have done it. Exactly. It felt very comfortable. Okay, if this is what they want, here we have examples of these are approved housing elements or certified housing elements. So that seemed a pretty cut and dry one.
Yes.
Okay, then I would support that as well with the clarification on the yield. We will move on to the second recommendation. Revising to clearly state basically objective design standards will be deemed to meet approval findings. Any discussion on that as far as clarifying or support?
When they say we have to maximize density, does that mean we have to go back and modify all of our objective standards?
We have to demonstrate that the maximum density that the city establishes is achievable with the development standards that for those districts. So
Okay.
the concern that HCD has is to zone for a certain density, but then have such restrictive objective standards that you could never realize that maximum density.
And knowing our objective standards, I think we're fine. Is that, you're kind of thinking that we're.
We agree. HCD wants to have that kind of assurance in writing with their phraseology.
Okay.
That makes sense, because I was surprised they still mentioned subjective. I thought, I didn't see that where we go through our standards. So yes, if that's semantics that they need to see, but it's still, I would support that. Is that?
I do too.
Yes. Is that the language on the top of page 4, the underlined text to be added? Is that?
Yes, is that the exact, on page 4 at the top of the page where you have the 10.3.A zoning to accommodate RENA and you've added development standards? Okay, that would be the text.
We should also note they added on 9.1A as well. In the matrix, looks like you did in both, which I was questioning because they specifically called out, added it to 9.1A, and you did. And so I just wanted, so it's in the 2 places. So I think that's where
Okay,
it should be.
great. That's great.
Because there's a follow-on spreadsheet after all that where they actually list them out.
Right, and where the revisions are made.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, next recommendation to revise the AFFH program 2.5. This is where we look at the 1/4 to 1.5 mile of downtown. May I have discussion on that?
I would like to mention the matrix doesn't actually incorporate the change that you put in the staff report. So you want to add or new to the matrix as well. You may have already caught that, but make sure, because that's the whole point of the clarification. I hate to miss that one.
Yeah, and in terms of how it's done, I wouldn't add the words or new there because grammatically it doesn't follow. I think it needs to be revised so that it makes clear that if you're building a new structure, it has to be within the prior envelope.
We can make that change.
Yeah.
Okay, I just would make a comment on that
Yes.
comment, which is that that's a new bit of language into section 3 here, the word building envelope, because that was not in your original language, but it was in the discussion. And we have discussed what it means today. I definitely feel that if we put those words in that it needs to be within the existing building envelope, then it will restrict the number of units that would actually do this, because most of the older homes that you think about knocking down and putting something new there are probably smaller homes, right? And a lot of people who are knocking down older homes are probably going to want to add some square footage to it, right? That would be a normal, a common reason that you would knock down and build something bigger. But in this case, we'd be saying you'd knock it down and you'd actually divide it in half and make it, 2 into 1. And that seems to me to be a very limiting subset. And to get 10, maybe we would get 10, but we probably won't get 100 that way, because they might as well do SB9, right? And just, they're not limited on their building envelope. So I actually don't think it's I think everybody within a half a mile today already has SB9. They could do it, right? They don't need this. This is not going to trigger some massive difference on SB9. It's just the same, right? So I don't actually see this item changing much at all, except that if that's what HCD is interested in seeing, and we could actually achieve 10, then it seems to be actually not that onerous on our city.
That's actually how I interpret it. If you look at SB9 with ADUs and JDUs, we're talking more than 4 anyway. So I kind of agree.
Everybody
We're
within
already
a half a mile
under
can-
that.
Can do a lot more, and this is not going to give them any more than that. It's sort of a lesser element.
Yeah, we're kind of complying with HCD lingo, I guess.
Right, and I guess that's the thing, we want to confirm that that is a correct understanding, that there's no unintended consequences that we're walking into with saying, yes, yes, let's expand this radius. I mean, already there is probably an understanding issue that we need to inform the residents in terms of what that means, so, but, and just to confirm that half mile still aligns with the policy that there's, we can't have parking minimums within the half mile part.
Correct to both of those.
Right.
Yep.
And I would add that we really should solve that legal question that Robert Brenger came up to find out if HCD really has a jurisdiction to impose these and identify the valid statutory authority for its position and prove they can require housing elements to include actions to increase housing density or affordability. And because apparently by statute, they don't have that, according to Robert. And so I just, that's a fundamental question. Can they force us to do this outside of RENA, right? That's the fundamental question that he was raising for AFFH. Where is their statutory reason and have them, ask them. Because we have people asking here, we've got a lawyer here asking, and can you please provide us your answer to this? That would be maybe something helpful.
And just confirming, I think Councilmember Candela, you asked about zoning, if we would need to rezone any of that, additional area. And I don't
know.
so.
We don't
Yeah.
for SB9, we don't for ADUs.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
right.
we don't.
Right.
And that would be better.
That would be better, right?
You could
That's
just have a
true.
program.
That's true, but just to confirm that, just so we know, would be nice.
Mhm.
Okay, so with this, do I hear?
So do we just, in terms of that, Councilmember Duries, you wanted to strike the word or new,
Oh, thanks.
but keep the word existing?
Well, or you could just say allow conversion of single-family dwellings into 2 to 4 units by either modifying the existing structure or building a new structure within the prior envelope.
Yeah, I could concur
Yeah,
with that. That's good wording.
Thank you.
Okay, and no other change aside for that. Right. I'm fine with that.
Are we agreed? Anybody? Okay, then we're agreed. That's good with the modification, clarification on the language. All right, let's see. We are moving along. The next is direct staff to continue enhancing the information analysis for each site, the tear sheets, and I think we could all agree on that. Am I correct? Okay, so yes, please. Revise action 2.1 to include milestones and objectives. And I noticed you did make some changes and we're clear to mention working with other jurisdictions. So is there any other comment or question about that particularly? Let me go back into that. As well as 2.6. Yes, actually, this is increases zoning density from 17 to 20 in the low density multifamily homes. So we need to. Any comment on that? You know, supportive of that? Okay. Have that. And number 6, direct staff to continue analyzing. Yes, and you had mentioned you would do that. So yes, we would appreciate that. I know that's coming back in a future council meeting.
Can I add a little bit to that?
Yes,
Is
please.
I know you have the Danville numbers, which is great. But Chris Sue had his letter that had tons of cities. And so he's got some, guidance about what in general percentages other cities were using. And it was very helpful. He did a lot of that work. So please go look at that as well.
Okay. Thank you. And yes, await further evaluation. And I appreciate that you have a meeting already lined up and your schedule and that plan where it is iterative and you're kind of on a 2-week cycle. If HCD accommodates that, that's wonderful. All right. And we'll continue the matter. Is there any other items you will need clarification or direction on? Thank you very much for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
And also thank you to the residents with their comments, both written and in public comment here. Councilmember Dury.
So I'll move, we continue the matter to March 25th, 2024.
A second?
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm an aye. It's unanimous. We will see you guys next time. Thank you. Okay. A moment here to get our agenda, find the agenda here. All right.
Mayor Dawson,
Yes.
you're going to go on to item 14, I believe, and that will probably take us past 11. Can
It
we
will.
make a motion to extend our meeting?
Yes, may I have a motion to extend the meeting?
I move we extend the meeting till midnight.
Second?
Motion to move the meeting till midnight. All in favor?
Aye.
I am an aye. We are extending the meeting till midnight. Thank you. City Clerk Robbins. And with that, we move on to staff reports. Welcome, Patrick. And the subject is resolution on parking restrictions on Boyer Circle.
I think I need just 1 minute to set up with folks in the back.
And while I'm at it, welcome Assistant Fire Chief Bachman. It's good to see you. Thank you for being here.
I think I'm ready to go. So thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I'm here to seek approval for a resolution that would result in full-time parking restrictions along Boyer Circle. And I've got a brief presentation to provide you with the background information that supports this resolution. I'm joined here by my colleague Matt Luttrop in the audience, as well as Fire Marshal Chris Bachman from the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, who's agreed to join us tonight to answer any questions specific to fire access and emergency access. So thank you very much for your collaboration and for your willingness to be here this late. Okay, so just some background on this agenda item. In 2023, a transportation action request form was submitted by a resident of Boyer Circle to staff, informing us of the impacts of on-street parking on this narrow street. Staff subsequently conducted an analysis of the street as well as consulted with County Fire before taking this item to the Transportation and Circulation Commission in November of 2023. And at that meeting, the commission ultimately recommended that the draft resolution restricting parking along Boyer Circle be forwarded to City Council for consideration. And the remainder of this presentation just provide a quick discussion of elements that led staff to recommend this change to Boyer Circle. So Boyer Circle is a 2-lane roadway at the bottom of Dewing Avenue, with Dewing being the only access into or out of the street. And in addition, unlike many streets, not visible on the map, unfortunately, Boyer Circle has an almost completely non-linear layout that in many or most locations doesn't provide drivers with the ability to see beyond the curves that are ahead of them. This is important because given this roadway alignment, a parked vehicle restricts visibility for drivers and forces them into the opposing lane of traffic. And given the lack of unrestricted sight lines due to this layout, this does present ongoing challenges for people walking and driving on the street. And what's not evident from this map is that the topography of this roadway is fairly steep as well. Boyer Circle is also subject to wildfire risk. As identified in the recently adopted safety element and according to CAL FIRE, most of the street is categorized as an intermixed zone in the wildland-urban interface. And this is defined as a zone with housing interspersed in an area dominated by wildland vegetation that is subject to wildfire. And in addition, the CPUC has categorized most of Boyer Circle as an area of elevated threat of power line associated wildfires. And this wildfire risk along Boyer Circle is complicated by the fact that there is only one road, as I mentioned, Dewing Avenue, that provides ingress and egress to and from this street. But perhaps the most unique feature of Boyer Circle is the width of the roadway. And this map shows the curb-to-curb width of the roadway. The dimensions represent the paved sections of the roadway only. It doesn't include the gravel shoulders or the parking pads or the driveway aprons. But you can see here how the width varies pretty dramatically as it widens and narrows quite suddenly and within feet of each other, with the widest point of the roadway being 23 feet and 7 inches, and the narrowest point being 12 feet and 5 inches. It's also important to mention that the approximate width of a parallel parked car is 8 feet. So this accounts for differences in how close a car parks to the curb. And so the unobstructed clear width of Boyer Circle when a car is parked along the curb is approximately 8 feet narrower than the measurements shown on this map, with the resulting range being between 4 feet 5 inches and 15 feet and 7 inches. So I'm going to come back and discuss, have a discussion of the roadway width in a minute. The next few slides provide a bit of policy context around this proposal. Oops, sorry. First and most importantly, staff concern about on-street parking along Boyer Circle is focused on the ability to provide access for fire and emergency response vehicles. This concern has been heightened given state and local concern over wildfire risk And in response, council has recently directed engineering staff to work closely with county fire to ensure that our streets allow for adequate emergency vehicle access and that our roadway projects don't include hindrances for the fire department. So this slide provides an excerpt from the state's fire code with regard to unobstructed roadway width and cites 20 feet as the requirement for unobstructed right-of-way that required on roadways. And this width has been confirmed by County Fire in our discussions with them about Boyer Circle. So with that in mind, I just want to go back to this map that shows the dimensions again of the roadway. And as you can see, a car parked anywhere along this street would violate the fire code. Staff has been asked by some residents of Boyer Circle to consider solutions for them that would allow the ability to maintain some on-street parking, but short of expanding the roadway, this isn't feasible. This includes the question of whether or not we can change the roadway from a two-way to one-way circulation pattern. That question's been asked by a few residents. But again, even if the number of vehicle lanes were changed from 2 to 1, we still couldn't meet fire code if a car is parked in the roadway anywhere along the street. Challenges associated with on-street parking on narrow roadways are also reflected in Lafayette's municipal code. And this section here states that the city manager can restrict parking on both sides of a street with a width that doesn't exceed 28 feet or along one side of a street when the width doesn't exceed 36 feet. And so our municipal code is aligned with the fire code in that it acknowledges that on-street parking on narrow streets may need to be restricted under certain conditions. And finally, I just want to have a quick reminder of the city's recently adopted safety element, since I did mention this in a previous slide. As you're aware, the safety element is a state mandated general plan element that identifies potential natural and human-caused hazards that could affect Lafayette's residents, businesses, and services. These hazards include wildfire, earthquakes, drought, and other risks. And the safety element articulates a number of goals and policies and programs with recommendations on how the city should address these. The most relevant to this agenda item tonight is shown here. It's the policy and resulting program that articulates the need to establish and enforce no parking zones on narrow roads to allow access by emergency vehicles and to facilitate evacuation. So the next few slides just show some existing conditions on the roadway. They were photos taken by staff on one of our on-site trips out to Boyer Circle. It is not meant to shame any of the drivers of the vehicles that are parked on the street. Parking is permitted on the street today, so no laws were broken. I just wanted to show some kind of existing conditions. A car parked here has left a clear width of 9 feet and a quarter. This car is partially parked into a parking pad on the side of the road with the resulting clear width of 13 feet and 1 inch. Here we've got a clear width of 10 feet and 5 inches. And then this one is partially parked off the roadway as well with clear width of 18 feet. So again, similar to the map that showed the dimensions of the roadway, the clear width, resulting clear width also ranges quite considerably. To address this concern, some residents have proactively constructed parking pads located off the paved roadway and have expanded their driveways to help accommodate their parked cars and supplement the space in their garages and driveways. And staff is supportive of efforts for residents to do this as feasible. If the resolution is approved, staff is proposing to install white edge lines along both sides of the street that would communicate to drivers that parking would be prohibited within those edge lines and permitted outside of those lines. The photo on the left is from Happy Valley Road, just as an example. This would be supplemented by no parking signs that would be installed at both entrances to Boyer Circles. And as we've communicated to residents, staff is happy to meet with, and we've been meeting with many residents to discuss options to create additional parking spaces adjacent to their homes so that cars can be parked fully outside of the paved area in those locations where 20 feet of roadway is not available. Besides the parking pads that residents might be able to construct, some other solutions may be for homeowners to work with their neighbors to use their excess driveway space for short-term parking, creation of hammerheads or wider areas within their driveway areas, and ensuring that their garages can be fully utilized for parking. But before I conclude, I do want to acknowledge the challenges that a full-time parking restriction will mean for many homeowners on this street, and that staff is not jumping into this recommendation without full consideration of these challenges. While some homeowners do have long driveways and can use their own property to store their vehicles with relative ease, that is definitely not the case for all residents on the street, and I do want to acknowledge that. I've had a number of phone conversations with residents and email exchanges, and so I just want to express to you that I hear those concerns and understand them. Unfortunately, however, the unique features of that street make it a wonderful place to live, but also make parking on street infeasible for many reasons. The nonlinear roadway, the extreme narrow conditions along most of the roadway, the topography, and the fire risk all lead staff to the conclusion that on-street parking should be restricted. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Are there questions from council? Councilmember Andre?
On the picture you've got there, the white lines, is the intent that there would be 20 feet between the white lines?
20 feet is not possible along most of the roadways. So it would help to indicate to homeowners where the extent of like a parking pad, if you wanted to, or a gravel area along the side of the road, the extent of that parking area, right? So you'd have to have your car completely outside the white lines.
Right, but you're saying, so in some places, the white lines might be 18 feet apart? What I'm getting at is is it possible that there'll be places where the white line, there's no room to develop a parking pad? And if you're just putting the white line along the edge of the pavement, and the pavement is only, say, 17 feet, and somebody then develops a pad from the white line over, then you don't have 20 feet of space. So I don't understand why the minimum area between the white lines wouldn't be 20 feet.
No, the white lines would indicate. Go ahead, Matt. Matt would help to design the white lines.
Yeah, so the idea is we would paint the white lines a minimum or 20 feet wide if we can, but areas where the road is, say, 16 feet wide, the white lines would be 16 feet. Then if people are able to build a 8-foot wide parking space outside of those white lines, they could park there. We wouldn't make the road 20 feet wide just because they built a parking area next to it. So we would allow the existing road. It would still be compliant because it's an existing road that's 16 feet wide, but you're not obstructing it any further than it previously was.
Okay, so what's the requirement of 20 feet? Where does that come in?
That comes from the fire code where
But now you're saying we're not going to require it.
Well, we are requiring it, but there are portions of the road that are non-conforming. So the portions that are non-conforming now could stay non-conforming. They wouldn't have to be brought to the 20-foot width. That make sense?
Grandfather. You know, if the decision is a grandfather, yes, but if somebody can, well, my other question was going to be, is there a uniform 30-foot public easement along the entire length of Boyer Circle?
The entire length of Boyer Circle has a 30-foot wide right-of-way. The road is not built within the center of that 30-foot right.
Yeah, understood. So, and I take it that the city then is open to entering into encroachment agreements with residents who would want to build pads off the pavement, but within the 30 feet.
Definitely. And there are some residents that, based on the way the road is built, they wouldn't even need an encroachment agreement because the road shoved all the way onto their
Yeah,
side of the
but for
street.
those who need them, the
We would
city
give
filled
them
it.
to them.
Okay, so what I'm getting at then is if there's room within 30 feet to build this pad, and the pad can go over so that you can expand the roadway to 20 feet. I mean, not maybe putting a new pavement, but at least leaving 20 feet. Why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you condition the encroachment permit on providing for 20 feet if that's what we're saying is essential here?
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. So if you have a 16-foot wide road and you want to build a parking space next to it, what you're saying is they should make the parking space big enough that it creates ultimately 28 feet.
Yeah.
That could be done. The concern is it wouldn't really get you anything, because if you just have one parking space worth of space that's extra wide, but on either side, you can't do that, it didn't really accomplish anything. You see, because it's restricted on either end of that car. So you've made a 20-foot parking space with 16-foot wide road on either side of it, nice big 20-foot wide piece of road for just 20 feet car length. That seems to be overly restrictive on the creation of parking pads.
Okay, so what you're saying is you're comfortable with grandfathering the narrower sections of the road. And that this is for Chief Bachman. Good evening, Mayor Dawson, council members. Thank you for having me tonight to provide input and comment on this. I would like to add that the reason let me back up to the 20 feet and kind of the fire code, existing non-conforming, and go over that. So as mentioned in the report, the 20 feet is coming from the 2022 California Fire Code adopted statewide. Our ordinance does provide one exception to that it allows it to go to a minimum of 16 feet wide if the access is only accessing a 1 or 2 family dwelling home. That was intended really for flag lots, that you have a flag lot, it's an access, it's more than just 1 home, it's potentially 2, that we would still allow just a 16-foot, realistically it's a driveway, but it is still an access road to get to residents, multiple residents. I did go through the matrix because when we redid our ordinances in the county to adopt the current 2022 fire code, all the fire departments throughout the county got together. We had a lot of input from residents, from builders, and from city building officials asking if we would create a uniform ordinance. So the same requirements are kind of across the board. I would say we got to about 98% there. One of the, we'll say, points that we could not uniformly agree on was this road width, because some jurisdictions are even more restrictive than us. They went more restrictive than even the state code. We did not. We stayed standard with the state code, gave the exception of the 16 feet with 1 and 2 family dwellings. I'd just like to go through so you kind of know what the stance is and what the layout is of other communities, some very similar and near to Lafayette. So Confire, as I mentioned, kept the California Fire Code as worded with the 16 feet for 1 or 2 family dwellings. And again, that's 1 or 2 houses, not a row of 1 or 2 family dwellings. It's just serving up to 2 homes. El Cerrito kept it as is. Moraga Arenda modified it to the required apparatus access is 28 feet wide over 20. So in the neighboring communities, their requirement is 28 feet, not 20. With the exception that they gave was 18 feet serving up to no more than 3 homes. So added 1 more home, 18 feet, but for all of their access roads, the requirement was 28. Richmond Fire identified that if you're in the very high fire hazard severity zone, that the minimum width is 26 feet. Other than that, they allow it to be 20. Rodeo Hercules, kept the same requirements as us, with the state allowing this exception to 16 feet. San Ramon Fire kept it the same as the state requirements, and that covers all the fire districts. Crockett Carquinez has the same ordinance as we do. So as you'll see, a lot of them kept the same requirements, some more restrictive than what our 20 feet state requirement that we adopted is. If I could add what was pointed out with the safety element, that in program S 4.1.4, to establish and enforce no parking zones and narrow roads to allow for access by emergency vehicles. And the critical point here is to and facilitate evacuation. That's really the important piece to that, is it isn't just about us having access to get in, it's to facilitate evacuation. So if we look at, let's first address access. I saw comments from the last meeting and from write-in from residents, staff acknowledged that different delivery drivers, garbage truck, utility trucks identified that you don't really need 20 feet wide to access. That is true, you don't. But the reason that requirement is there is based on the access of our apparatuses. Average access of the cab, or width of the cab, is 96 inches. That's 8 feet wide. You add the mirrors on there, you're roughly 9 feet wide. The minimum then, as you're, we'll say, meeting a car or passing, so as we're coming in, they're going out, or if a vehicle is parked intentionally, I'll use our fire apparatus. We would stage our apparatus if it's a wildfire and we're protecting structures. We're going to park on the road. We're not going to pull into driveways. We're parking on the road because if we have to then do a quick evacuation, we're going to make sure that we are aimed out for an immediate, we unhook a hose, we leave it in place, and we drive out of the subdivision. So we are parked in the road in one of those lanes. We still need to have room for if vehicles are evacuating to leave, along with if additional resources are coming in, that they can get by that staged apparatus and still drive past it. That's the reason for the 20 feet. So I would agree with comments from either delivery drivers or large buses, apparatus, anything, that yes, they can drive down that road in areas where there is a parked car, still get by it if it isn't quite 20 feet. The reason the 20-foot standard there is to also deal with the access of the turning radius. Some of the areas have turns. I did pull up our turning radius for our apparatus. The inside turning radius is what we're concerned about. The inside turning radius of the majority of our apparatus that we have in our fleet, which is a Pierce, is 14 feet 7 inches. That's what we need when we're making a turn from the, we'll say the outside or the inside wheel of the rear axle to the outside wheel of the front axle as we are swinging to make a turn. That's the minimum width we need. So that's another reason how we came up with, we'll say, our 16 feet requirement, knowing that our apparatus, yes, is only, we'll call it 9 feet wide. If we have to make any type of turn, we need that minimum of 14 feet 7 inches to make that turn. So we allow ourselves a bare minimum of 16 feet. With that clarification, I would like to add that Contra Costa County Fire supports the recommendation from staff. We understand this is a difficult issue. It will cause issues with certain homeowners about where they're going to park. We like the idea of them adding parking pads where possible. But also as previously stated, we feel it is not feasible to go with the recommendation of doing parking permits or temporary parking. That's just not really a feasible option, one, for enforcement, or two, in the event of when is that emergency going to occur. And some will say, well, let's just do it on red flag days. I think that there's There's other events that occur in residential subdivisions that we need access to that go beyond just wildfire and red flag days. These access requirements are also intended for medical emergencies with both their apparatus and ambulances, along with any type of structure fire that could potentially occur. So in conclusion, we support the proposal by staff along with the resolution that was provided. And I'll be happy to answer any questions from both council members, staff, or members of the public.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there questions from council? Besides, I know Councilmember Drury, so
I'm just curious, mechanically, how is this going to work? So there would be no parking signs. If this was adopted, there'd be kind of this posted no parking signs, much like there are on Dewing going up to that. But then the parking pads themselves, as you say, some residents have constructed off-street parking. How is that delineated? How is somebody going, if you have no parking signs everywhere, people can park there, and that's just considered public parking because it's right off the main road? I'm just kind of curious, is this confusing, I guess, that you've got, like, looking at like the left picture here, it's theoretically no parking, but somebody's parked there. But are we gonna have no parking signs posted? I guess I'm confused as a little bit how we're gonna communicate the subtleties of this particular environment here.
Yeah, the edge lines, the white edge lines are meant to communicate you're not able to park within that area. In the majority of the street, those edge lines are going to be parked along the entire paved segment of the roadway.
Right. Are there going to be posted no parking signs throughout Boyer Circle then on both sides?
The Transportation and Circulation Commission recommended that we only post signs on the entrance to Boyer Circle and not to avoid sign clutter, and so not install signs around the entire circle.
All right.
But yes, we will be communicating with signs as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Clark?
You mentioned
Vice Mayor.
that some members of the community had talked about doing a one-way direction as a potential way of maybe having parking as in the second space. But after hearing Chief Bachman's discussion about, getting a apparatus there, and then if their car is parked there, then it still may not have access. So is a one-way circle ruled out? Did that come before the Transcirc, or did you come before staff? And have you given an opinion on the viability of that as an option?
It's not viable given the fact that the road is so narrow that even if it's just one lane of traffic, I mean, today, the majority of the street does not allow for two vehicles to pass side by side, right? I mean, it's that narrow in most locations along the street. And so 2 lanes or 1 lane of moving vehicles, if a car is parked in the street, it will not provide the clear width that the fire requires.
Got it. Thank you. And for the chief, has there been any history of needing to go into the circle? And have you had troubles in getting in the past few years? Just anecdotally, is that an area that concerns you or have you had troubles with?
So it hasn't been brought to my attention by a number of firefighters that they haven't been able to get through the circle. There's usually enough access that you can get through. The issue is about being able to, if there's any type of incident that requires multiple resources to come in, we're not going to be able to, what I would call, stage or park an apparatus and still get more resources past it. Allowing vehicles to park there today would restrict us to where we could stage our units. The engineers that are driving the apparatus always know that when they park that apparatus, they're looking for 2 things. One, that they're pointed the right direction to get out, and that they're also leaving enough room as more resources need to come in that they can get by them. So maybe the ideal place to park to protect structures in today's circumstance, if there's cars there, they're not going to park next to the car. They're going to go past the car, move up to the nearest spot they can get over to park, and which is going to require additional hose being put on the ground, longer time to get set up to do that. You don't get a fire truck at every single house. We'll park a truck and it's got to protect maybe 4 or 5 homes. So it's just, where is that access that they can stage that apparatus and still make sure that
It's allowing for other resources or a battalion chief or supervisor to get by to assess the situation and make sure they have the resources they need on site.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'd like to open this to public comment.
The city council is now taking public comments on item 14A, and I do have speaker slips here. So we will take members of the public that are in the meeting hall first. And excuse me, but some of this writing is rather small and not that easy to read. So Lee Mason, to be followed by Tara Mason. M-A-S. Okay, so you're Lynn Mason? Okay, you have 3. If you can do it in 3 minutes. No, because she's not in the meeting hall, I'm sorry. So you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, council members, Mayor Dawson. I want to thank and express my appreciation for Patrick to make himself available to hear residents' concerns. And while I can really appreciate the emergency response and safety concerns that the on-street parking are causing in Boyer Circle, my family feels that this decision was really rushed, hasn't taken in full consideration of all the impacts it's going to cause and the consequences. I think as we've seen from this presentation, we're taking kind of a sledgehammer approach to try to solve a problem where maybe we could take more of a scalpel. I think the one-way direction consideration, I think is important to consider with targeted parking in areas that it can more accommodate and still provide that 16 feet of egress to get by. I think regardless if there's parking restrictions or not, we know we're going to have a problem because this road isn't even into code with the restrictions. So there's going to be problems. If there's an emergency, we're going to have trouble getting out of there. People are going to have trouble getting in. The other thing I would just like to say is I think taking the time to maybe find more nuance, this is going to cause extreme burden. We do not have anywhere to establish additional parking. I think this is a very emotional issue. As you've seen from the public comments that have been put into the record, people are kind of targeting 2 particular residents that do park a lot in the street for their various own reasons. As Patrick said, it's perfectly legal, but people are just upset. And I think this is more just a personal issue than a safety concerns for many residences. So thanks for the consideration. I'd like the council just to kind of consider what are the other options are there and what are the full implications of this decision if it goes forward for access for services other than just safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ellen Marenthal, to be followed by Melissa Gates McKee.
Hi, and thank you. I have been a resident of Boyer Circle for 40 years, and we have never had much of a problem until the last, I don't know, maybe 5 or 10 years. And it's consistently getting worse and worse, I think, because we have more large cars, we have more people deciding to park on the street, and I don't want to take up a lot of time because I know we're running late. I've said pretty much whatever I needed to say in my letters to the city council. I've sent in lots of pictures, and I really feel like I understand the inconvenience for some of our neighbors. We're all very willing to help in situations where people need extra parking. I just think that this issue is a safety issue. It's not a convenience issue. And I know it is very inconvenient for some of our neighbors, but I feel very strongly that with whole neighborhoods burning to the ground that we've seen recently, that we're in a very high fire danger area, and it's time we do something about it. Thank you.
Melissa Gates McKee, to be followed by Louis Edelson.
Thank you, council, for this time.
My house was built in 1919, before all our parking, all our issues at hand. So we are a very unusual house. We're on the hill, and coming down to our house, it's a very steep hill, and the cars zoom by going up the hill, and they zoom down and they zoom up. So the PT Cruiser that you saw there is our car. And just recently, we received 2 letters on it, harassing letters, which we sent to the Lafayette police, and they photocopied it and put it in the record. And they told us if we wanted to, that the solution would be for us to take cameras so that we would be able to photograph the individuals that put the letters, which were very rude, on our car. We decided not to do that, and we are here just saying that we need more consideration before we do this parking. It is a very emotional situation for us, especially because the cars zoom down the hill and zoom up, and we have a lot of children, dogs, people walking around, so we need that consideration. We just thank you that it's very complicated, and we appreciate your help.
Melissa?
Melissa, yes, please, can you answer a question?
Yeah, I have a
Councilmember
question.
Handel?
So you have an older house. I get that's great. What is unique about it in terms of, do you have a driveway? Do you have a garage?
We do. We have a single garage, and we do have a very long driveway.
Okay.
But the position of our house, it just feels better that we can have a car nearby if we were going to leave. Our driveway is very long, and it's challenging getting in and out. And so our preference is to have our car on the street where we could access it. Not saying that we couldn't access with our driveway. So that's our choice.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Louis Edelson. I'm at 3684 Boyer Circle. It just happens to be the very widest part of Boyer Circle. I measure it's 24 feet from curb to curb. It's been a long meeting. I just want to make 2 quick comments. First of all, I'm making the white stripes lines that we're talking about. My request is, and we have curbs on both sides of the street at that point, I would request that instead of having 2 lines, which are each 1 or 2 feet in from the curb, that we start measuring from the actual face of the curb on one side and then 20 feet to make a single line. That'll make it a little bit easier for us to make a pad someday. My second comment is for the council. Is Boyer Circle the only narrow street in Lafayette like this? I think you're setting up a standard of 28 feet to allow parking. It seems to me that the city shouldn't really wait for a TAR, but should actually proactively go looking for the streets. Perhaps we are the only narrow street, but I don't suspect that's true. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And our last speaker in the meeting hall is Glenn Cass.
Lincast 3611 Boyer Circle. This is a safety issue, nothing but a safety issue. And if you have a safety element and it's giving you recommendations for egress and ingress, you can't have parking. I don't need lines in front of my house. My road is 13 feet, 5 inches, and it drops off. There's no curb for someone to park inside that limit. So, I mean, you paint them, but I don't really need it in front of my house. So, this is a law, we have discussed this for years, when we had the parking issue on Dewing Street with Bart. parkers, parking in the neighborhoods, they asked us about Boyer Circle, do you want to do something? And we were able to work it out among the neighbors and have an amicable condition. It just it isn't working anymore. It was exacerbated by a contractor who just really didn't follow the regulations at all. He staged his equipment. He staged everything out on the street. He made it inconvenient for the whole neighborhood. And he got everyone so frustrated that we just reached the boiling point. And so that's where we're at right now, is that we don't seem to be able to compromise anymore. And I'm at the top of the hill. I have the narrowest area and I had the highest fire risk, in my opinion, because it's going to go up to my house and there's not going to be any staging alongside and battalion leader driving alongside a fire truck at my house. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have one additional speaker in the meeting hall, Jim Cummins.
I guess this is on. Jim Cummins, I live at 3615 Boyer Circle, and most of my sentiments have been expressed tonight. I did want to mention one issue. This is not a fresh issue. I've lived on the circle for 27 years, and over the course of the last 10, parking has become a problem. People park their cars 24/7 on the street, thereby taking a 2-lane road and making it a 1-lane road. And quite frankly, that kind of, I think it's rude, and I think it's very self-serving, and it takes 50% of the road capacity away. I've had to back up my car. I've had to turn around and go the other way. I've had to get out of my car and move barrels on trash day just so I could drive home, and just so some people can park on the street. And that to me is just not neighborly. The construction that Glenn mentioned has been getting way out of hand. There seem to be no limits of regulations. There'll be 6, 7, 8 cars parked both sides of the street. It's like a slalom course to get down the hill. There is one issue, though, I think that Melissa brought up. I don't know what the speed limit is on the street. It's not posted, so I presume it's 25 miles an hour, which is probably the minimum. Way too fast for the street. Now, people are going to drive what they're going to drive. There's not going to be any cops up there with radar, but maybe we could post some signs that say, hey, 15 miles an hour, particularly around the corners by Melissa's house and the other side, just so that people from not in the neighborhood, Uber, Lyft, delivery people can see that this is narrow, it's tight. Let's maybe tone it down a little bit. So maybe when your quest to come up with some solutions here, you might want to take a quick look at that, because some people do park on the street to create kind of a traffic calming feature. And I get that. I appreciate that. Maybe we could help figure out a way to mitigate that and make it go away. But I'm with Glenn also in that I do believe this is a safety issue. I don't believe that people should be parking on the street. They should park in their driveways, and they should not turn a 2-lane road into a 1-lane road just for their own convenience and put the rest of our safety at risk just for their convenience. I think it's a no-brainer, but that's my thoughts and sentiments on this. Again, thanks for your time, and I think it's time to go home.
Thank you for your comment.
I have no additional speaker slips for persons in the meeting hall. If anyone in our virtual, do have a hand raised. Robert Lavoy, to be followed by Nancy Bishop.
Hello, Robert.
Hello. I don't live on Boyer Court, but I don't think this issue is solely limited to Boyer Court. If we need 20 feet for fire evacuation safety, that would impact many roads, and nearly all of them in the HCD approved 1.5 mile bubble. Could the fire chief or the city engineer provide us a map of all the streets that are less than 20 feet in town? That would be helpful. And I think we should reject HCD's proposal for both of their options for expanding the density. How many people on Boyer Court would be able to keep all their cars in their driveway currently, and how many would be able to do that if we had a 400% increase in several of the houses on the street. I think those are really critical issues that the council needs to address. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Bishop?
Am I on?
Yes, Nancy, welcome.
Okay, thank you. I sent a letter, just today, but I am completely in support of restrictions on Boyer Circle, but my concern is if I'm having a remodel or landscaping people come and they have to park on the circle, will I be able to get a permit for that? And will it be easy to do, not, bureaucratic or whatever? Or if I, as I said in my letter, if I want to celebrate my 80th birthday, will I have enough parking for guests to park in the street, and will that be permitted? That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. All right, any more public comments?
Yes, I have one additional speaker slip from Mary Jo Cass.
Welcome, Mary Jo.
Good evening, Council. Just to answer a couple of quick questions, I did submit a letter and it goes into a lot of the issues that we've spoken about tonight, but I fully support restricting parking on Boyer, primarily for the safety issues. But if council members, if you've seen some of the photographs that have been submitted for this with a fire truck actually on the street, and the fire truck takes up about 85% of the width of the street, that the corner that it was on. And then there's other photographs of 6 or 7 cars parked in a row along the street, but then there's a car on the opposite side as well. And this is approaching a blind curve. And it's also, it turns the street into one way where the cars can barely get through. And we have to bump away the trash cans sometimes in order to make it all the way through the street. So it's definitely a very serious issue, and the neighbors have volunteered to help cut down a tree that's growing at a 45-degree angle across the driveway so that driveway can be used by the owner of the property more efficiently. We've offered to help figure out how to create parking pads and to make our own driveways available when there's parties or construction or that sort of thing. I think our neighborhood's very willing to do something like that. So there are ways to solve this, but the times have changed. The neighborhood is more populated. It has more density, and we have a lot more cars. And, given the fires that have happened in the Oakland Hills or in Hawaii, we can no longer sit on our hands with this. We have to act quickly. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Dawson, I have no additional speakers at this time.
Okay, a few questions were asked. One was, again, asking about the one-way consideration, and I do think that that question was answered in the previous discussion, that it's just, per fire code, it's just not feasible. We just don't have that room to accommodate the 20 feet. And then another question was white stripes, the placement of the white stripes. Like I think that's something that could be considered, I guess, individually, but can you talk to that?
Yes, we're happy to work with any resident to help accommodate those parking pad, construction of parking pads when feasible, so yes.
Thank you. The other question was if Boyer Circle was the only street in Lafayette with this conditions, and obviously no. What makes Lafayette so unique and wonderful also provides these challenges to us. What is unique about Boyer Circle and probably other similar streets is it is in a very high fire zone and it's CPUC tier 2, I believe it was. So there is a nexus of, there's an enhanced fire risk that we would like to address as best we can. And I think, Robert, that was a similar question. Another question came up about speed, if we would consider that. And I don't know what the parameters around adjusting speed there, or at least posting speed.
Well, we're not able to just,
Right.
the state doesn't give us the flexibility to set whatever speed we want. So the speed limit is 25. So we wouldn't be able to install a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, but there are other signs, advisory signs that we could be installed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I believe, another question was the permit, and Fire Marshal Bachman, you talked to that, you wouldn't recommend that because emergencies could happen at any time. But what is the consideration of staff on that?
We would agree a parking
Permitting, yeah, for
prohibitions
temporary
would be
parking.
full-time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions that I might have missed from public comment? Okay. All right, with that, I'll bring this back to discussion to council. Please.
Yeah, I have another question. One of the speakers mentioned that if there were contractors, somebody's doing a major renovation, they're going to have multiple trucks there, that the neighborhood would accommodate that. I mean, do you see that as a feasible answer to that particular problem? Because you know what's going to happen, that there's going to be renovations, there's going to be multiple trucks. How is that accommodated?
That's probably the biggest challenge that we've heard from residents, are what about landscapers? What about contractors? And there's no easy response to that because parking prohibitions would mean no parking on the street.
If I may jump in other parts of town, when people have done very, very large construction projects on their home, that have been in hillside areas and have had to go through the permitting process for that, we have conditioned them to not have their staff, their crews park on the street up by their development. They have been conditioned to park their employees' vehicles elsewhere and shuttle the people in. So that has been done in other parts of town. That is difficult and inconvenient, but it is possible I think most of the cars that are cluttering the street during construction are the workers. So it is possible to shuttle workers to and from a site and not have so many cars that you need to figure out where to park them.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. But one last question. The resolution, basically, if we were to adopt it, would be, we would establish no parking and we'd say they become effective, but this doesn't say anything about the white lines, about the encroachment program or some way to find parking. How do you see that happen? Do you see coming back to us or working with TransCirc to develop those elements? Because you're not asking us to approve that tonight.
The recommendation for the edge lines and the signs at the entrance to Boyer Circle came from the commissioners, the TransCirc commissioners. So no, the intent was not to bring this back to council. Those would be that would be our way of communicating the no parking restrictions versus, a series of signs every 50 feet along the street.
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
If we were to implement this resolution, the start date would be immediate, that the no parking would take effect? Are you recommending an effective date? And I guess where I'm going with that is just, it's going to impact a lot of the neighborhood. It's a pretty big change for them. And what is an appropriate notice period, particularly if people want to put parking pads and construct those? Is there a time frame that we could say this will happen in X number of months from now? So give people a chance to adjust.
Yeah, we would have to obviously design the white stripes and get crews out there. And so that would take a bit of time. And then, as you've heard, there's a desire for us to work with a number of residents to help accommodate that and identify options to install parking pads as feasible. And so that's a good question about the timeline. It would take probably a good few months for us to at least to be able to get out there and make sure it's a collaborative process and design those edge lines, proposed edge lines.
I would envision the edge lines being put in as part of this summer's surface seal program, because then we could just add that to the project. And with that, I would assume that the striping could be done in sometime around August or September. So that's when we would put the signs in and the striping.
That would be about 4 months or so. Let's see. April, May, June, July, August, 5 months.
5 months.
5 months,
Yeah.
5 months notice.
Yep.
And then have you, you mentioned you've talked to some families about how to accommodate them. And in some cases, they would need an easement or permission from the city, right? And so how long would it take for us to process those and to do all those if we work quickly?
Typically for an encroachment agreement, it doesn't take very long to process them. Probably the biggest time-consuming thing is for them to decide how they want to build this and provide us some sort of sketch or drawing so we know what they're building. It could be more timely or time-consuming for them if, for example, they needed to build retaining walls greater than 3 feet in height, because then that would require a building permit, and that would take even more time. But for some people, it may be as simple as removing some vegetation and making a gravel pad, and that would take very little time. We could turn those around. Once we get the materials, we could turn it around in a day or two.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, so did that answer the question about effective date then? I guess I'm not really sure.
Go ahead and answer if there's an effective date.
Is it immediate or is there a grace period?
The effective date, I would assume, would be sometime after we put the signs and the stripes in, which would be August-ish. If you wish to suggest that we put the signs in stripes, but not enforce it until a slightly later date, kind of like what we did with the leaf blower ordinance,
Right.
we certainly could consider doing something like that.
So does the resolution need to be changed then to include that?
We could do that during the discussion. This is the question.
Got it.
Okay. We're actually here at discussion. Yeah. Okay. But yes, it does make sense to decide that when we think if we're, well, first off, let's see if there's any more discussion points.
I just want to say to everybody, this is really a rare thing to happen in our city, where you have fire chief, here presenting, telling us in very clear terms that it's a safety issue. And if we as city council don't heed his advice, we took an oath to heed his advice when we took our office. And so I just want to say this is very unusual. And I think it makes it feel very real to us that this is the right thing to do. And I know it's going to be hard. And I know some people are going to have cumbersome, but as a council member, I don't really have a choice. I can't ignore the safety warnings from our professionals. So I very much in favor of this. I'm very glad that staff is willing to work with you guys. And I hope you guys as neighbors really do try to help each other out, right? I have a WhatsApp group on the top of my road because we're in a weird place, and we text all the time to be nice. And so maybe you could get something like that together. It's like, hey, I need parking spaces. I'm having an event. And everybody goes, okay, cool. I'm good. Come over by. I just hope that you guys can work things out nicely. And my position here is that we have to do this, according to the fire marshal. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kendall. I agree. I mean, public safety is one of our number one value as council and responsibility. And not only do we have fire code that we want to comply with, we have policy based on that. We have adopted policy. So we of course would want to follow with that. So I think, and I do want to express the same thing, the empathy with the situation where there is inconvenience for some families. And this has happened also. We've had safety around the schools that has impacted parking in front of homes, and that is a hard thing. But again, safety is our priority. So we will look to that. And as you've heard from staff, we will try to accommodate how we can. Feasibility if there's available room for parking pads on the side. With that, then I think we should just move to the recommendation and actually.
Great. I'd like to
Vanessa-
move that. I'm in favor of this for safety reasons that Councilmember Kendall mentioned so eloquently. And I would, however, it is a big change. And if given the striping timing in August, I would suggest maybe we have a 6-month period of time from today. That would put us around September 15th. So that on the further be it resolved that the above parking restrictions become effective September 15th rather than once posted. And the police service department is directed to enforce these new parking regulations. So maybe I would propose that we, as for discussion, that September 15th be a date. And I would ask staff if that's something that works for staff, and then any feedback from council.
Can I make a slight adjustment? We can't impose this until it's posted, so maybe we can keep the existing language, but say no sooner than September 15th, just so that it's clear that we have it posted as well as hitting that target date of September 15th.
Okay, thank you.
Can you point out where on the resolution that is? Is that?
So would that be it further resolved that the above parking restrictions become effective once posted and not sooner than September 15th?
Correct.
And the police service department. So we'll strike or otherwise designated. Once effective, once posted.
Yeah.
Otherwise designated and say, but no earlier than September 15th.
Okay. I
Better.
agree with
Thank
that,
you.
Yes. All right. With that, the recommendation is to adopt City Council Resolution 2024-09 to establish full-time parking restrictions along Boyer Circle. Well, there be a motion? Rod?
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion. I want to add a additional wording in the second whereas clause. Whereas the City of Lafayette Municipal Code gives the City Council the authority, insert to establish by resolution, no stopping zones. And then in the resolve clause, as we just said, after designated insert, but no earlier than September 15th, 2024. And with those amendments, I would move adoption of resolution 2024-09 to establish full-time parking restrictions along Boyer Circle.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, I think I'll take a roll call vote as this is a resolution. Councilmember McCormick,
Aye.
Councilmember Anduri,
Aye.
Councilmember Kendall,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kwok,
Aye.
and I am an aye. It is unanimously passed, this resolution with amendments. Thank you. Thank you very much, Fire Marshal. Bachman, and to all of you who stayed here with your patience and persistence with this issue. Thank you.
Mayor Dawson, may I point out that we cannot take any new items past midnight, and you have 2 action items under 17B and C.
All right. I will ask now for an extension to the meeting. Oh, do we have to open them?
You have to open
I have
these
to open.
items, or you can postpone item 17A since it isn't an action item, and take 17B and C quickly.
I would like to do that. I'd like to open 17B and 17C. Okay, so I will do so. Vice Mayor Quack, Councilmember McCormick.
Thank you. For item 17B, the Lafayette Youth Services Commission has 1 vacancy in its 15-member body. And so we've interviewed an enthusiastic candidate, Miss Aisha Spitzer. She's a 14-year resident of our city, a student at Camp Lindo High School. She enjoys athletics and particularly swimming, and she's a coach for children. I enjoyed interviewing her because she has so many new ideas and activities to engage with our youth. So I'd like to recommend to the council that we appoint Aisha Spitzer to the vacancy on the Youth Services Commission.
A second.
All right, that sounds wonderful. I will take a vote. All in favor?
Mayor, I've just confirmed there's no public comment on Zoom.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there public comment?
Mayor Dawson, I have no speaker slips for persons in the meeting hall, and I have no hands raised for item 17B public comment.
Thank you. I would like to take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm an aye. It's unanimous for the new youth commissioner. Thank you. And moving quickly to item 17C it's a resignation from the Creeks Committee from Austin Payne. And would either of you like to take that up real quick?
Well, I'll just say, I guess we have no alternative but to accept this resignation, but the Creeks Committee, as you all know, it consists of a number of long-term people serving, each of whom has been very, very active. And Austin Payne, although he says recently he hasn't been able to give as much time, he has been very, very active. So it's really a shame that we're going to lose his experience. But I will also say that we've lost some long-term people,
Right.
and we've replaced them with some great people on the Creeks Committee. So I have hope that we'll continue that, but we're really going to miss Austin on the Creeks Committee.
All right. And that's not a vote. That's just an acceptance. So I agree. Knowing Austin on the commission, it is with regrets. We accept his resignation and wish him well. All right. With that, I guess we're just moving to adjournment. Okay,
You
I
want
just want to,
17A, your
oh,
report on,
any reports or anybody? We have 1 minute. Okay. In that case, I would like to adjourn with Women's History Month in mind. I worked a while ago with the Women's History Project that actually originated the Women's History Week and sets a theme each month. And this year, the theme is celebrating women who advocate for equity, diversity, and inclusion. So I'd like to adjourn the meeting with that in mind. Thank you, everybody.